Chapter 279. When Shaolin Yu arrived at a wide area and saw huge rocks falling from the sky, he was sure that the East Extreme Devil Cave was really going to collapse. When he wanted to turn around and rush out, the passage had already collapsed. The way out was cut off, and the situation was very chaotic. Shaolin Yu was also at a loss. It was impossible to rush out. Only by withstanding the collapse of the mountain could he save his life. But the East Extreme Devil Cave's mountain was very large, and many of the rocks were of high quality. Even if Shaolin Yu's body was strong, there was still a possibility that he would be crushed. After thinking for a while, Shaolin Yu once again turned the sixth demon, suppressing immortal pearls into sacred light swords, and flew into the sky to open a path for him. The sacred light swords had the power of a top-grade immortal artifact. No matter how hard the rocks of the East Extreme Devil Cave were, they were like tofu in front of it. Shaolin Yu followed closely behind the sacred light swords and was safe. Occasionally, when a rock brushed past him, he would shatter it with the silver moon broken blade if he couldn't dodge it. In this way, it only took 100 breaths time for Shaolin Yu to rush out from the constantly shaking world and fly to the sky above the island in the center of the lake where the East Extreme Devil Sect was stationed. At this time, the island no longer existed. The most important core area of the East Extreme Devil Sect had turned into a huge pit. Even more than half of the East Extreme Devil Sect's encampment was in ruins. Countless disciples of the Devil Sect flew up in fear and looked at the center of the encampment in shock. In the huge pit, colorful radiance was constantly shining, and a fiery aura was surging up from below. There were also roars and screams of demonic beasts, which made one's scalp tingle. The entire Devil Sect's encampment was constantly shaking. Huge gullies were constantly spreading from the center to the surroundings, and vast demonic energy was rolling like a tide. Everyone was at a loss. The slightly more rational disciples of the Devil Sect began to hide outside the encampment. Only a few true demon experts were still watching. Shaolin Yu knew that the East Extreme Devil Sect was finished this time. Their Grand Elder and Sect Master had already lost their lives in the East Extreme Devil Cave. Without a leader, they would definitely scatter. However, he didn't have deep feelings for the East Extreme Devil Sect. He even felt a little disgusted. The destruction of the East Extreme Devil Sect had no effect on him. Without looking at the huge pit, Shaolin Yu directly flew to the Valley of the Beastmaster Hall. The Valley of the Imperial Beast Hall was close to the mountain. It was also located at the edge of the deepest part of the Eastern Pole Devil Sect's encampment. The entire valley was protected by a powerful formation. Therefore, it was only shaking. After Shaolin Yu arrived, he ordered the hunchbacked old man, Hao Run, and Wang Tai to quickly leave the East Pole Demon Sect's encampment. Just as he finished instructing them, a deafening roar of a demonic beast resounded from the center of the encampment. A suffocating pressure instantly enveloped the entire encampment. Looking up, he saw a flying magical beast that looked like a phoenix with black feathers all over its body. It was flapping its wings and flying around that ball of colorful light. Feeling the noble and evil aura of the demonic beast, Shaolin Yu was even more shocked. The black crow was the same species as the golden crow. If the golden crow cultivated the demonic path, it could become the black crow after mutation. It was a mutant divine beast, also known as a super mutant demonic beast. The colorful flame was very dangerous. In the abyss, even the spirit demon demonic beast didn't dare to touch it. But this black crow not only dared to approach it, but also dared to spit out black demonic flames to wrap it up. It looked like it was trying to refine it, but the quality of the colorful flame was very high. It was constantly trembling and releasing strange fluctuations to repel the demonic flames of the black crow. Not only was the refining process very slow, but it was also interrupted. Even Shaolin Yu could see that this refining process couldn't be completed even if it went on for millions of years. Naturally, the black crow was also aware of this. It also knew that the key to the problem was the thorny bead in the colorful flame. It actually stretched out a sharp claw to grab the thorny bead in the colorful flame. This black crow not only had a noble bloodline, not inferior to the super-divine beasts, but it was also in the mysterious demon realm. The quality of its sharp claw was definitely not inferior to the best quality demonic weapon. But after it stretched out its claw into the colorful flame, the black crow suddenly retracted it. It could be seen that the colorful flame was very powerful. Hei-Wu let out an angry screech. His wings, which could cover the sky, actually wrapped around the colorful fireball. The whole body of the black crow was like a black sun at this time. Billowing demonic energy accompanied by its pressure spread down from the sky. The powerful aura fluctuations not only made the stable space of the demon realm fluctuate slightly, but also made the East Demon Sect station collapse continuously. It was like the end of the world. The aura of the black crow and the colorful flame covered an extremely wide area. Everything in this area was sealed. Even Xiao Yu couldn't move half a step if he didn't resist with all his strength. The disciples of the East Demon Sect, who couldn't escape in time, all exploded and died under the pressure of the powerful aura. The valley of the Imperial Beast Hall was also enveloped by the aura fluctuations. With the strength of the hunchbacked old man and the others, they naturally couldn't resist the surrounding pressure. Xiao Yu had no choice but to release his own aura to protect them. Although Xiao Yu wasn't a generous and soft-hearted person, and was even a little selfish sometimes, these three people had always been good to him. He absolutely wouldn't leave them in the lurch. This should be what a gentleman should do and shouldn't do. As for Miao Yin, he could only turn into a bloody mist together with the demonic beasts of the Imperial Beast Hall. Unable to escape, he could only narrow his eyes and observe the situation in the sky. Xiao Yu, who had experienced countless storms and waves, wasn't worried at this time. Gradually, the black sun transformed from the black crow was encrusted with a layer of colorful light. In less than 100 breaths of time, the colorful light became brighter and brighter. Finally, rays of colorful light shot out in all directions. Angry roars continued to ring out as the black light gradually pushed back the colorful light. After repeating this several times, the black light finally showed signs of not being able to continue. The colorful light became more and more exuberant, almost suppressing the black light into a speck of light. Xiao Yu knew that if it weren't for the spiked bead, the colorful flame would very likely be refined by the black crow. After all, the colorful flame didn't have a consciousness. Even if it resisted on its own, it wouldn't be that powerful. However, the spiked bead was too strange. It had been safe and sound in the Lich's secret realm for so many years. How could it be ordinary? However, the colorful flame was obviously a divine flame. Even if it was the weakest divine flame, under the control of the spiked bead, it wasn't something that a mystic demon realm cultivator or demonic beast could refine, even if it was a super mutated demonic beast. The black crow might have also realized this. It tried its best, but failed to refine the colorful flame. It was ready to give up. However, it didn't expect that the colorful flame would take the opportunity to counterattack, even though it had almost exhausted all of its power. However, the colorful light in the night sky suddenly flashed. Then, the light suddenly disappeared, leaving only a ball of fire. This ball of colorful fire wrapped around the black crow's body. At first glance, it looked like it was released from the black crow's body. Wrapped in the colorful fire, the black crow kept flapping its wings. At the same time, it let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain. Bang! The black crow fell from the sky, smashing a big hole. Then the black crow, whose body was overflowing with colorful flames, flew out of the big hole. Xiao Yu looked carefully for a moment and realized that the black crow's energy was rapidly pouring into the spiked bead. Even its primordial spirit was being extracted. This was what it meant to be beaten up and bitten by the tiger. After 20 breaths of time, the black crow had been burned into nothingness. Only the colorful flame was left in the sky. Whoa! What was surprising was that the colorful flame had only been floating for a moment before it suddenly turned into a colorful bird. A phoenix cry shook the sky. In the colorful flame, there was the aura of a super mutated demonic beast spreading out. The colorful bird was completely condensed from divine fire. It circled around the ruins of the East Pole Devil's Sex encampment. Wherever it passed, the space fluctuated slightly. The ground was scorched, and thick smoke rose into the sky from the East Pole Devil's Sex encampment. In the entire encampment ruins, only Xiao Yu and the others were still alive. Naturally, they were easily discovered by the colorful bird. The colorful bird seemed to be looking for Xiao Yu. After sensing the aura here, it swooped down from the sky. Oh no! Xiao Yu's heart trembled. He took out the 6 demon-suppressing immortal orbs and slashed them at the bird. The spiked bead had attacked Xiao Yu several times before. Moreover, it had been sealed by Xiao Yu for many years. Today, it swooped down without any good intentions. After all, the demon-suppressing immortal orbs were sacred treasures that specialized in restraining demonic beasts. The light swords they turned into were also very powerful. In an instant, the colorful bird that had just formed was split into 2. But soon, the 2 halves of the colorful bird gathered together again. Moreover, its aura did not decrease in the slightest. Even the light swords could not block it. Xiao Yu realized the seriousness of the problem. However, he could not think of anything else he could use to block it. In just a moment, the chaotic light shield set up by Xiao Yu was broken. However, before the heat wave hit him, the silver moon broken blade in Xiao Yu's hand automatically flew out of his hand and released a colorful divine light. This colorful divine light was very familiar to Xiao Yu. It clearly carried Jiang Lanyue's aura. The silver moon broken blade was originally Jiang Lanyue's magic treasure. It had been refined by her for many years. Even though it had been broken into 2, there was more or less some of her power left in it. It was also this power that made Xiao Yu unable to refine this broken divine weapon. He could only unleash its sharpness. Now, the divine power in the silver moon broken blade must have sensed other divine power approaching, so it automatically released its power. The multicolored divine power instantly turned the multicolored firebird into multicolored sparks. When the multicolored firebird reformed, the multicolored divine power had completely enveloped it. Chapter 280. The surprise on the faces of Xiao Yu's group of 4 completely overshadowed the joy of surviving a calamity. The silver moon broken blade was still suspended in the air. Its entire body was shining with divine light, and its 5-colored radiance was very dazzling. However, after 10 breaths of time, the silver moon broken blade's color converged and fell from the air. Xiao Yu caught it again. The ruins of the East Pole Demon Sex encampment had quieted down. The ground was no longer collapsing, and only a strong demonic aura was drifting with the wind. Originally, Xiao Yu wanted to take a closer look at the silver moon broken blade, but then he sensed the aura of experts flying over from all directions. Such a big movement in the East Pole Demon Sect would naturally attract the attention of the other sects and rogue cultivators in the surrounding area. If it weren't for the distance, they might have already flown over to check it out. After directly putting the silver moon broken blade into his storage artifact, Xiao Yu led the 3 people from the Imperial Beast Hall, restrained their aura, and flew up. Fortunately, there were no true experts in the vicinity of the East Pole Demon Sect, nor were there any sections. At this time, the strongest cultivator who could rush over was only at the late stage of the true demon realm. Even if they encountered Xiao Yu, they could only see a silver stream of light flying past at an extremely fast speed. It was difficult to even see the faces of Xiao Yu and the others, let alone intercept them. 3 days later, Xiao Yu stopped at the foot of a barren mountain about 200,000 miles away from the ruins of the East Pole Demon Sex encampment. First, he sent a message to Zhu Jin. Then, Xiao Yu went into seclusion for a few days to recuperate, and then rushed at full speed again. This time, it took 2 months for Xiao Yu and the others to find Zhu Jin and the other leaders of the Heavenly Bandits hiding in a secret cave in a mountain range. Now, the Heavenly Bandits had scattered according to Xiao Yu's idea. They didn't dare to easily reunite before the battle between the Meng family and the Blood Soul sect ended. Xiao Yu just roughly understood the situation and then went into seclusion. In a secret room, Xiao Yu took out the silver moon broken blade again and carefully observed it, and felt its changes with his heart. When Xiao Yu held the silver moon broken blade in his hand when it fell from the sky, he could clearly feel the changes in it. This change was not limited to the colorful firebird it had swallowed, nor was it limited to the fact that it had gained a thorny bead. Instead, it was an intrinsic change. After all, this was a divine artifact. It was very difficult to see the essential changes in it just by relying on his physical body and will. Xiao Yu tried to infuse his power into it first. The silver moon broken blade immediately emitted a blade light, and its entire body was shrouded in chaotic light. To Xiao Yu's surprise, he was pleasantly surprised. Originally, it was very difficult for his power to sink into the silver moon broken blade. But now, although it was not smooth, he could pour a large amount of power into it without being rejected. The reason why it was not smooth was because his chaotic energy contained demonic power. Restraining his own power, Xiao Yu used the chaotic fire to wrap his blood essence to refine the silver moon broken blade. After a while, the joy on his face became more and more intense. The silver moon broken blade did not reject his refining. In other words, the silver moon broken blade had become an ownerless object. Everything that Jianglan Yue had left behind in the silver moon broken blade should have been extracted or used up. However, the silver moon broken blade was a top-class divine tool. Even though the chaotic demonic power was of a higher level than the energy cultivated by ordinary cultivators in the immortal realm, it was still a bit slow to refine the silver moon broken blade. But it was the same for any magic treasure. As long as it recognized an its owner would be able to more or less display its power as long as they had a certain level of cultivation. Not to mention that the silver moon broken blade was a top-class divine tool. Even if it was an ordinary divine tool, as long as it showed a little divine power, it was not comparable to ordinary immortal or demonic treasures. After concentrating on refining for 3 whole months, Xiao Yu came out of seclusion for the first time. Alone in the mountain range, Xiao Yu found a secluded place where there was no one around. With a light shout, all the power in his body was like a flood that had broken through a dam, crazily surging into the silver moon broken blade. When half of his power was consumed, a fiery, chaotic blade ray shot out and directly pierced through a mountain not far away. Then, it flew far away without any decrease in power. It pierced through a few more mountains before dissipating. Just the attack of this blade ray was much stronger than the divine light, sort of the demon-suppressing immortal orb. Xiao Yu sat cross-legged and used a period of time to recover his power. After recovering his power, Xiao Yu stood up again. This time, he poured all the power in his body into the silver moon broken blade. Along with the continuous infusion of chaotic demonic power, the silver moon broken blade began to tremble slightly. Its whole body first shone with chaotic light, then the spiked bead actually began to rotate with colorful light. All of a sudden, a neigh filled with excitement rang out. A colorful firebird that was completely condensed from energy flapped its wings and flew out from the silver moon broken blade. Then, it flew straight ahead. Wherever it passed, the stable space of the demonic realm trembled slightly, and the few mountains that were blocking its path were directly razed to the ground. Xiao Yu was completely stunned. Looking at everything in front of him, he really couldn't believe that it was made by himself. While meditating again to recover his power, Xiao Yu studied for a few days and found that the colorful firebird was indeed not condensed by his own power through the silver moon broken blade, but the spiked bead was stimulated by the chaotic power, and it was used by the silver moon broken blade to attack. Although it was not made by himself, but it can be used by him, and it has such a great power, Xiao Yu secretly thought that he was lucky. With this big move, Xiao Yu has one more powerful life-saving big move. Conservatively speaking, this big move can easily kill a spirit demon stage expert. Even if a profound demon stage expert was caught off guard by this big move, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. However, Xiao Yu didn't dare to use the silver moon broken blade's rainbow firebird. Using it once would consume all of his power. This wasn't a joke. Unless it was a critical moment, no one would let themselves fall into a state of emptying their power. With a satisfied look, he returned to the secret room and was about to retreat for a while, but Zhu Jin came to find him. First Master, the spies we left behind reported that Meng family has launched an all-out attack on Blood Soul sect. In the first large-scale battle between both sides lost their spirit demon stage experts on the spot. Zhu Jin said with a little excitement. Is it just Meng family and Blood Soul sect fighting? Are the helpers of both sides involved? Xiaoling Yu asked. The helpers haven't made a move yet, but in fact, if there is no helpers, how can Blood Soul sect withstand the attack of Meng family? Zhu Jin said with a smile. As long as they break out a real large-scale battle, their purpose is definitely not for the heavenly bandits, nor for you. This time you should be glad. Xiaoling Yu said with certainty. Is it really like what you said? The backstage of these two families is just a trigger for a large-scale conflict to break out. Zhu Jin asked with a puzzled look. It's very likely many big events are evolved or escalated from small events, but I don't know why they have to fight to the death. Xiaoling Yu nodded. I guess it may be related to one thing. Zhu Jin said after thinking for a while. What thing? Xiaoling Yu asked curiously. The cultivators who ascended from the bottom all know that when they just ascended, they can encounter a hall with a transmission array inside. There is indeed such a transmission array, and it seems to be set up by Chepo's sect. Xiaoling Yu interrupted. The establishment of that teleportation array has attracted more than half of the outstanding cultivators who ascended from the lower realms to the Demon Rebuke sect. This will definitely make many of the sects on the Blood Moon mainland extremely jealous. After all, almost none of the cultivators who ascended from the lower realms are mediocre. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. After ascending, they have no relatives, so it's only natural for them to choose a powerful sect to settle down in, Zhu Jin continued. That's the reason. Xiaoling Yu nodded. After all, there were too few cultivators like him. Many of the first-rate sects on the Blood Moon continent are coveting that transmission array. If the Chepo sect wants to dominate it, they will have to withstand a lot of pressure. The Chepo sect has obtained great benefits from that transmission array for many years, so naturally, they will not give it up. Therefore, the Chepo sect and the other sects have never stopped fighting, but this time, the disturbance is bigger. Zhu Jin added, can other sects also set up transmission arrays in that place? Xiaoling Yu continued to ask. I've checked the relevant information. That place is very special. It was created by an ancient expert. There is only one spatial node in that place that can be used to set up a teleportation array. As for the destination of the teleportation array, it can be changed at will on the Blood Moon continent. For many years, the strongest force had the right to enter and determine the destination of the teleportation array. In the recent tens of thousands of years, the Chepo sect has monopolized the destination of the transmission array. The other great sects have constantly challenged them, but they have not succeeded. Zhu Jin shook his head and explained. If it's really because of this, then this time, the Chepo sect must not be the only sect to deal with them. The Chepo sect has been operating on the Blood Moon continent for many years. Not only is their strength not weak, but they must also have allies. Once the two sides really go to war, I'm afraid the entire Blood Moon continent will be plunged into a reign of terror. Xiaoling Yu said with a worried look. In this way, the Meng family and the Blood Soul sect, the two sects in the center of the storm, will certainly perish soon. As long as the great sects behind them confront each other head-on, they will be like beans between two millstones. Zhu Jin said, the Blood Moon continent will usher in chaos. Should we teleport to another continent to hide? Xiaoling Yu asked. Chapter 281. Aside from a few of the leaders of the scattered heaven-smiting bandit groups, the other cultivators were all acting as spies, gathering information from all over the place. Any useful information they obtained would quickly be sent to Zhu Jin through their communication beads. The situation was constantly expanding, and the experts on both sides were getting more and more. In just 2 or 3 months, both sides lost 6 spirit demon experts on the battlefield. As for the experts above the spirit demon stage, the spies of the Heavenly Bandits couldn't find out. However, Xiaolingyu and Zhu Jin both guessed one thing wrong. The Blood Soul sect and Meng family, who were in the center of the storm, should have been the first to bear the brunt and be destroyed. But in fact, the Blood Soul sect was indeed destroyed, but the Meng family only lost some experts and didn't suffer a devastating blow. The reason for this was that before the situation was fully expanded, the Meng family had hidden all their elite disciples, and all their shops in Mengdai City were closed, which made the enemy lose their target. It was said that there were countless experts secretly assassinating the Meng family in Mengdai City, but except for the experts who had been sent to the battlefield, the other members of the Meng family seemed to have evaporated from Mengdai City. No wonder they closed all their shops before. It turned out that they were not going all out to deal with the Blood Soul sect, but to hide their strength. Xiaolingyu said with a frown after receiving the news. Even if the Meng family didn't retreat, they at least kept 80% of their strength. They might even secretly hunt me down. Zhu Jin said gloomily. Originally, he thought that even if the Meng family wasn't completely destroyed, they wouldn't pay attention to him. But he never expected this situation. They can only secretly hunt you down. After all, there are some people who are thinking about them. Since they chose to hide, they don't dare to easily expose themselves. Especially the experts of the Meng family. They are unlikely to come out in the near future. After all, this is still the center of the storm in the Blood Moon mainland. If they dare to come out, it is very likely that they will be blocked by others before they can find you. Xiaolingyu calmly analyzed. Then what should we do? Zhu Jin asked. Let's not think about the Meng family's pursuit. Let's just do what we need to do in this chaotic world. Xiaolingyu replied. In times of chaos, many sects will be destroyed. When that happens, countless homeless cultivators will appear. For a bandit group that wants to expand, this is not only the best time to plunder, but also the best time to recruit a large number of experts, Zhu Jin said, his eyes shining. Let's do that then. However, I suggest that the entire Heavenly Bandits should not gather together for the time being in order to avoid becoming the target of those experts who are passing by. We can first split up into several groups and develop our own strength. Once the situation has calmed down, we can gather together again. Xiaolingyu nodded and suggested. Zhu Jin immediately left Xiaolingyu's secret room. He was probably going to contact the scattered robbers. They couldn't stay near Minjing City for a long time. Under Zhu Jin's intentional control, the scattered cultivators of the Heavenly Bandits were all developing according to the plan while slowly approaching the center of the Blood Moon continent. Xiaolingyu and the other leaders of the Heavenly Bandits were also moving at the same time. What they saw and heard along the way made Xiaolingyu even more certain that the current situation of the Blood Moon continent was very chaotic. There were constant killings and floating corpses everywhere. Wherever they went, they could smell a strong smell of blood. Almost every day, hundreds and thousands of cultivators would join the Heaven-Smiting Bandit group. At the same time, many weaker sects would be annihilated every day. After this great upheaval, all the forces in the Blood Moon mainland would be reshuffled. These are not the problems that Xiaolingyu cared about. What he cared more about was the constant news from the Bounty Hunter branch in Blood Moon City. The missions to collect materials he issued were almost all completed. There were a lot of materials. Even if they couldn't find them, it didn't matter too much as long as they had most of them. However, there was one main material that couldn't be missing. It was just that it hadn't been sent to the branch. This main material, like the double-colored spiritual infant fruit and the 3 Lives flower, would play a huge role in the final stage of the promotion. If it was missing, Xiaolingyu would definitely fail to break through to the chaotic void refining stage. More than half a year passed like this. Xiaolingyu and the others were still very far from the center of the Blood Moon continent, but the Heavenly Bandits was gradually growing stronger. With Xiaolingyu's help, they even recruited a few masters of the true demon stage. However, one day, a leader sent a message saying that a master with a group of people was preparing to join the Heavenly Bandits, but he wanted to see Zhu Jin first. It was normal for masters to want to join the Heavenly Bandits these days, but every time they wanted to see the leader, not Zhu Jin, so Zhu Jin felt that this matter was a bit strange. But no matter what, if the other party wanted to join, he had to go see him. After thinking about it, Zhu Jin rushed over. Even though the heaven-smiting bandit group had spread out, they weren't too far apart from each other. For the sake of Zhu Jin's safety, the scattered bandits didn't know the location of Zhu Jin's group. However, Zhu Jin knew where they were and had always been in contact with them through his communication pearl. Originally, Xiaoling Yu didn't plan to follow them, with Gong He and Song Ju accompanying them. They would be very safe under normal circumstances. However, Xiaoling Yu thought about it again and felt that there was a problem. In the past, the masters who wanted to join all wanted to see him. After all, Zhu Jin was only a military counselor, not the real leader. Moreover, even if those people didn't have any ulterior motives and sincerely wanted to join the heavenly bandits, Xiaoling Yu had to meet them and make them swear loyalty. Xiaoling Yu didn't dare to let anyone he couldn't trust stay in the heaven-smiting bandits. With these concerns, Xiaoling Yu also chased after them. Although Xiaoling Yu's speed was fast, he didn't directly catch up. Instead, he followed behind Zhu Jin and the others. He wanted to see the situation first. In just 3 days, Zhu Jin and the other two found the group of bandits in a forest that wasn't very big. Xiaoling Yu hadn't entered the forest yet, but he had already felt a very obscure but powerful devil sense sweeping towards him. There is a spirit demon expert. Xiaoling Yu's heart tightened, and he immediately stopped and released his divine sense. After scanning with his divine sense, Xiaoling Yu found the owner of the tyrannical devil sense. That person was actually among the bandits of the heavenly bandits. After carefully sensing it, Xiaoling Yu found that this person's body and divine sense fluctuations were full of Meng family's aura. If Xiaoling Yu hadn't fought with the Meng family's true devil disciple last time, he wouldn't have been able to distinguish the Meng family's true devil disciple. It would be very difficult for the Meng family to find Zhu Jin's hiding place, but it wouldn't be difficult for them to find the scattered members of the heaven-smiting bandit group. This time, it was definitely their plan to lure Zhu Jin out. Originally, Xiaoling Yu was going to send a message to Zhu Jin, but even if he told Zhu Jin, it wouldn't have much effect. After all, in front of a spirit demon expert, Zhu Jin and the others who had already entered the forest had no resistance at all, and it was impossible for them to escape. Xiaoling Yu knew the power of a spirit demon expert, but after thinking about the silver moon broken sword, the fear in his heart disappeared. His body flashed, and he appeared beside Zhu Jin and the others. At this time, Zhu Jin and the others were less than 100 feet away from the group of robbers. "Great leader, why are you here?" Zhu Jin asked in surprise. "Oh, I heard that there are experts joining. If I don't come to see, wouldn't I be neglecting the brothers who are about to join?" Xiaoling Yu smiled and said. It turned out that the great leader came in person. This Yang is really honored. The cultivator who hid his cultivation to the early stage of true devil realm smiled and greeted him, and said, but in his heart, he was thinking that this heavenly bandit's great leader was only at the early stage of true devil realm, so he couldn't ruin his family's business. "So your surname is Yang. I thought your surname is Meng," Xiaoling Yu said jokingly. When the person heard this, his expression suddenly changed, but then returned to normal and said, "Great leader is really joking." Originally, Zhu Jin was a little confused about the sudden arrival of Xiaoling Yu, but after listening to Xiaoling Yu's words, he was surprised and understood. Through the change in the other party's expression, Xiaoling Yu was more certain that this person was from the Meng family. Moreover, the people behind this person were all on high alert. Their demonic senses were also locked tightly onto Xiaoling Yu, as if they were facing a great enemy. Among these people, 2 were Demon King late stage, and the others were all at true devil realm. Just for Zhu Jin, the Meng family dispatched so many experts. It seems that they really valued the treasure that Zhu Jin knew. "Since you are willing to join the heavenly bandits, you should not mind making an oath, right?" Xiaoling Yu smiled and said straightforwardly. Hearing the oath, the people who came frowned, but then the spirit devil realm expert laughed and said to the people behind him, "Yes, we should make an oath. Come, let's make an oath together." Then, the person's face suddenly sank, and he turned around and slapped Xiaoling Yu. The person who came felt that this great leader was only at true devil early stage, and he was very close to him. so his palm was absolutely impossible to dodge. Xiaoling Yu really couldn't dodge such an attack from the Spirit Devil Realm expert, but he had expected the other party to suddenly attack, so he had already put the Silver Moon Broken Sword in front of him. Even if the person who came was a Spirit Devil Realm expert, he couldn't take back his palm. Not waiting for the other experts of the Meng family to make their move, the palm blade of that person collided with the Silver Moon Broken Blade. Then he uttered a blood-curdling scream, because his palm was split open by the opposite party's broken blade, and blood splashed all over his face. This was exactly what Xiaoling Yu wanted. He already knew that this would be the result, so he raised the Silver Moon Broken Blade in his hand and slashed towards the opponent's neck. After all, the person who came was a Spirit Devil Realm expert. He didn't expect the other party to be so powerful, but at this time, his reaction was not slow, and he quickly leaned back and dodged the attack. Chapter 282. In just one encounter, he took the initiative to launch a sneak attack. The other party seemed to be only at the early stage of true demon realm, but he was able to easily injure him. This made the Meng family's Spirit Demon Realm Master very shocked. Before the other party attacked again, he had already jumped up from the ground and flew away. In just a few flashes, the Meng family's Spirit Demon expert has disappeared in the sky. It's not that Xiaoling Yu doesn't want to chase, but his speed is not comparable to the Spirit Demon expert. Even if he chases, he can't catch up. Although he can't catch up with the Spirit Demon expert, the Meng family's disciples who haven't recovered from the shock can't escape. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it only took less than 100 breaths of time. Among the group of Meng family cultivators, only one Spirit Demon expert escaped, the rest were all killed. From the Meng family's true demon expert, the Heavenly Bandits has obtained a lot of wealth. Sure enough, the Meng family sent an expert to kill me. After leaving the battlefield, Zhu Jin said gloomily, "You need to be more careful in the future. The Meng family will definitely come back in the future." Xiaoling Yu said with a light expression, "The Meng family should have only sent a group of people. They probably didn't even dream that such a lineup would fail, and they also suffered heavy losses." Zhu Jin then said with a relaxed tone, "The one who escaped just now, is he a Spirit Demon expert?" Gong he asked a little curiously. "Oh, he is indeed a Spirit Demon expert. If he was not too confident, he might not have escaped just now." Xiaoling Yu smiled and nodded. "Great Master is too modest. Even if we fight face to face, Great Master may not lose to him." Song Ju said with a flattering tone, "It's just that this time, the Meng family's Spirit Demon expert escaped. Next time they come, they will be stronger, or more Spirit Demons will come together." Xiaoling Yu was a little worried. "It won't be easy for them to find us next time." Gongyi said, "First Master, since you have a cultivation comparable to Spirit Demon stage, we should go to the place where Zhu Jin knows about the treasure." Song Ju suggested. At that time, Zhu Jin did say that if you want to enter the treasure trove, you must be accompanied by a Spirit Demon expert, otherwise you will die. Xiaoling Yu smiled and said nothing. After thinking for a while, Zhu Jin said, "If the First Master is really comparable to a Spirit Demon, we can give it a try." Xiaoling Yu said, "That treasure trove is your Zhu clan's heirloom. It's not good for outsiders like us to go there, right? It's better for you to wait until you reach the Spirit Demon stage. Then you can go get the treasure yourself." Having said that, Xiaoling Yu was actually more interested in the place where the treasure was hidden. After all, it was something that the Meng family spent a lot of effort on, so the treasure hidden in that place must be extraordinary. "First Master, we have already made an oath, so how can we still be outsiders? My aptitude is not bad, but I don't know how long it will take for me to reach the Spirit Demon stage. Moreover, we are robbers, so we don't know when we will lose our lives. Now that we have the capital to get the treasure, we naturally can't waste this opportunity." Zhu Jin shook his head and smiled. "First Master, you don't have to hesitate anymore. Once we get the treasure, we can share it with Brother Zhu." Gongyi said. Xiaoling Yu pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Well, in that case, let's go and have a look first." Zhu clan was originally a big clan comparable to a second-rate sect, but because they offended the Meng family, they were suppressed by the Meng family for many years. Eventually, they gradually declined until today. Only Zhu Jin was left. During the heyday of Zhu clan, they also had mysterious demon stage experts, and their strength was not worse than the top experts of the Meng family. However, the Meng family had the backing of a first-rate sect, while Zhu clan did not. Therefore, no matter how Zhu clan resisted, they were inevitably exterminated. When a Xuanma ancestor of the Zhu family felt that a great calamity was about to befall him, he hid several of the more precious treasures that the Zhu family had collected over the years. Only the direct descendants of the Zhu family knew the exact location of the hidden treasures. Zhu Jin was a direct descendant of Zhu clan, but basically no one knew his identity before. Moreover, before Zhu Jin was exterminated, he was sent out of Zhu clan. However, his luck was not good. He had no relatives and was wandering around. He bumped into the Meng family and became a mining slave of the Meng family. Fortunately, Zhu Jin's identity was not exposed at that time, so he was able to keep his life until now. The Zhu clan's treasure was naturally not in the Zhu clan's old house. If it was hidden there, no matter how closely it was hidden, it would have been discovered by the Meng family's experts long ago. About 300,000 li southeast of the Zhu family's old residence was a desert. Not only was there a lack of magic energy, but there were also sandstorms raging all over the place. Very few natural treasures could be found here. However, there are many types of demonic beasts that live in groups here. It was a place that cultivators were most unwilling to set foot in. And the Zhu clan's treasure was hidden in this desert. After more than half a year, Xiaoling Yu and the other leaders of the Heavenly Bandits finally arrived at the edge of the desert smoothly. The place where the treasure is hidden is in the middle of this desert, but the magical beasts in this desert are not to be trifled with. Once you are targeted by them, they will come in groups. Although their individual cultivation is not strong, and there are rarely any true demon stage existences, but there are many of them. If they swarm you, even a spirit demon stage expert will have a headache, and cultivators who have not reached the spirit demon stage will find it difficult to go deep. Zhu Jin looked at the endless yellow sand in front of him, and after letting out a long breath, he explained, "Hiding the treasure here is also a good choice," Xiaoling Yu said with narrowed eyes. Hee, if the situation was not urgent at that time, the mysterious demon stage expert may not choose to hide the treasure here. Zhu Jin shook his head and smiled. Soon after, the group headed towards the center of the desert. Although they frequently encountered groups of magical beasts along the way, Xiaoling Yu did not need to do anything. Song Ju and Gong, he were able to exterminate them. Occasionally, they would encounter a group of magical beasts that were relatively strong. Xiaoling Yu only needed to use the primal chaos seal to finish them off. It took them a full 10 days to reach the center of the desert. After that, Zhu Jin took out a jade slip and crushed it. Immediately, a misty mist surged out from it. After the mist gathered together, it turned into a stream of light and flew to the left of the group. "Follow it quickly," Zhu Jin shouted. The speed of the stream of light was extremely fast. Even if Xiaoling Yu used the wings of extreme speed, he could only see the tail of the stream of light. If he was half a beat slower, the stream of light would have disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. After chasing the stream of light for about 100 breaths of time, the stream of light finally stopped at the foot of a sand dune. When Xiaoling Yu and the others caught up, the stream of light had already dissipated. "The entrance to the treasure is here." Zhu Jin pointed at the yellow sand under his feet and said. After Xiaoling Yu observed for a moment, he formed the chaotic demon nascent soul and blasted it under his feet. With just one bombardment, the sand dune no longer existed. A large pit hundreds of feet wide appeared on the ground, but no entrance was revealed. After dozens of bombardments, the pit was already thousands of feet deep, and the group only found a bluestone slab. The bluestone slab was only made of a relatively common stone in the demon realm. It should only be used to block the quicksand, and there was nothing special about it. Xiao Lingyu only lightly patted it, and the slab immediately shattered, revealing a dark underground passage. Xiao Lingyu could understand why the entrance to the treasure was so simple. If the layout was not simple, there would definitely be some energy overflowing, and experts passing by here would be able to detect it. The simpler it was, the harder it was to be discovered. In the darkness of the passage, even if the group did not use any light, they could still see without hindrance. Moreover, they could use their demon sense at will. After walking slowly in the passage for about an hour, the passage finally came to an end. A stone door engraved with incantations blocked their way forward. A treasure location set up by a mysterious demon stage expert was definitely not simple. It was impossible to enter from any other direction without going through this stone door. The stone door still did not have any energy fluctuations, but if someone touched it, the incantations would flow, forming a very strong defensive layer. Xiao Lingyu squinted his eyes for a moment and determined that the incantations were actually a high-level incantation engraved on it. Even if a spirit demon stage expert came, if they did not understand high-level incantations, they would not be able to open the stone door. However, Xiao Lingyu's group had a Zhu family member, so they did not have to bother to study the incantation. Zhu Jin just dripped a drop of his own blood essence on the stone door, and the incantation on the stone door automatically dissipated. Xiao Lingyu pushed the stone door again, and after a creak, the stone door slowly opened, and a dark passage appeared in front of everyone. However, as soon as the stone door was opened, a rich and pure demon chi rushed out from the passage. Everyone stepped into the passage and carefully walked in this passage. According to the message left by the Zhu family's mysterious demon old ancestor, there was danger in this passage, and only spirit demon stage experts could enter, but it did not say what kind of danger there was, but everyone could feel that this passage extended deeper into the ground. After a full hour, the group came to a relatively spacious underground cave, and in this cave, there was a spirit demon stage magical beast crawling. This magical beast seemed to have been sleeping quietly for too many years, so its vigilance was severely lacking. Only when Xiao Lingyu arrived at the edge of the cave did it slowly open a pair of dark red eyes. Then it let out a roar and pounced towards the group. Obviously, this magical beast must have been imprisoned here by the Zhu family's mysterious demon old ancestor to guard the Zhu family's treasure. It has been imprisoned for so many years, and at this time, it encountered an intruder, so it must vent its anger. Chapter 283. The sharpness of the divine light sword is not something that an ordinary spirit demon stage demonic beast can withstand, but the demonic beast is not agile. At this time, it has already rushed to Xiao Lingyu's side. Even if it wants to dodge, it is too late. Seeing that the divine light sword is about to split the demonic beast's head, it spits out its tongue, using its tongue to block the attack of the best quality immortal tool. The toad-like demonic beast's tongue is not strong. After being hit by the divine light sword, it was directly cut off, and red and black blood sputtered in all directions. Gwa! Retracting the rest of its tongue, the demonic beast angrily screamed, and its two dark red eyes suddenly shot out sharp sword-like rays of light, all of them shooting straight at Xiao Lingyu's position. Xiao Lingyu did not have time to withdraw the demon-suppressing immortal pearl to block, but he has already completed the Chaos Devil Seal. The two rays of light instantly shot through the Chaos Devil Seal and fiercely hit Xiao Lingyu's body, sending Xiao Lingyu's body flying far away. However, the Chaos Devil Seal also suddenly exploded in the cave, and the demonic beast was unable to pounce on it. As for Zhu Jin and the others, when they saw the demonic beast, they had already stepped out of the cave. After all, the two rays of light were weakened by the Chaos Devil Seal, shooting at Xiao Lingyu's body, which is close to the best quality immortal tool, can only make Xiao Lingyu feel a little pain, but it is not enough to pierce his body, unable to cause serious injury. After stabilizing his body, Xiao Lingyu took the silver moon broken sword and went back into the cave. However, the demonic beast's tongue rolled out again, directly binding Xiao Lingyu's body. Then the demonic beast's tongue began to constantly pour out a dark red liquid, and at the same time, it was retracted as if it wanted to swallow Xiao Lingyu into its stomach. The dark red liquid was extremely poisonous and corrosive. Even though Xiao Lingyu's body was extremely tough, large patches of her skin began to be destroyed. Xiao Lingyu was shocked, and the silver moon-broken blade in her hand slashed at the magical beast's tongue. The magical beast's tongue could not withstand the sharpness of the divine weapon. With a single slash, the tongue was split open, and Xiao Lingyu regained her freedom. However, the demonic beast's poison had already seeped into Xiao Lingyu's body and was constantly corroding his flesh. Fortunately, Xiao Lingyu also has a highly toxic body. Although the poison in his body is not as strong as the spirit demon stage's poison, at least he can hold on for a while. After all, the demonic beast's cultivation level was higher than Xiao Lingyu's. It could sense that Xiao Lingyu's cultivation level was not very high, but it was very surprised that she could still stand after being attacked repeatedly. Without waiting for the 6 demons suppressing immortal orbs to attack, the demon beast spat out a poisonous mist after a croak, instantly covering everything in the cave. Xiao Lingyu coldly snorted, letting the poisonous mist wrap around him, but he still controlled the 6 demon suppressing immortal orbs to attack randomly in the cave, forcing the demonic beast to attack him again. When the demonic beast pounced again, the silver moon-broken blade in Xiao Lingyu's hand shot out a blade aura, fiercely slashing the demonic beast's body. Although the cave was quite spacious, the demonic beast's body was very large, and it was difficult for it to use its full strength here, so it could not dodge the blade aura's attack. The demonic beast's skin and flesh were not very strong. Under the attack of the divine weapon's blade aura, it was directly cut into serious injuries, and then the 6 demons suppressing immortal orbs transformed into divine light swords, repeatedly slashing its body, causing it to cry out in grief and finally die. Although the poisonous mist seeped into Xiao Lingyu's body a lot, Xiao Lingyu could still hold on. After he put away the demonic beast's body, he took the demon-suppressing immortal orbs and left the cave. Under the surprised gaze of Zhu Jin and the others, he sat down cross-legged, and the primal chaos true fire immediately enveloped his body. Using the primal chaos true fire to suppress the poison, but after 3 full days, there was not much effect. Xiao Lingyu was desperate and used the transformation technique. This time, Xiao Lingyu used the toad-like demonic beast blood as the main ingredient. Although he went through a lot of pain, he successfully completed it. His body still did not upgrade to the best quality demonic tool because of the transformation, but he succeeded in refining the demonic beast poison for his own use. This body of poison also became one of Xiao Lingyu's trump cards to face a spirit demon expert. Xiao Lingyu was naturally gratified, although it was not a small risk, but it was worth it. With the divine light screen of the 6 demon suppressing immortal orbs as a protective umbrella, everyone passed through the cave that was filled with poisonous fog. After advancing for another 2 hours, they arrived at an extremely spacious hall. In this hall, there are several iron boxes, and the treasures left by the Zhu family's old ancestor should be in these boxes. But in the center of the hall, there's an altar, and on the altar, there's a 3 feet tall statue-like steel giant. Xiao Lingyu and the others had just stepped inside when the steel giant jumped down from the altar. The broad-bladed demonic saber in his hand was wrapped in a gust of wind as it swept towards the group. The demonic blade's momentum is too fierce, and it must be very powerful. Even Xiao Lingyu did not dare to meet it head-on. He can only lead everyone to retreat quickly. The demonic blade swept in front of everyone, although it did not sweep everyone, but the momentum of the sweep made everyone stagger. The steel giant seems to be clumsy, but in fact, its speed is not slow at all. Xiao Lingyu and others just stabilized their body, but the demonic blade swept horizontally again. This time, Xiao Lingyu did not dodge, but urged the 6 demon-suppressing immortal orbs to attack. and used the silver moon broken blade to meet the demonic blade. The demonic blade and the silver moon broken blade collided first, and Xiaoling Yu felt a huge surge of force. First, he felt a pain in his hand, and then his body flew to the side. However, the 6 demon-suppressing immortal orbs also hit the steel giant. But what surprised Xiaoling Yu was that the demon-suppressing immortal orbs, which were the highest grade, only smashed a few small holes in the steel giant's body, and the steel giant was only knocked back a few steps. Xiaoling Yu took the opportunity to stabilize his body and realized the steel giant's strength. Not only was it not slow, but it was also powerful, and its defensive power was astonishing. The key point is that this guy is just a puppet, and it does not fear death, and only has the consciousness to attack, which is very troublesome to deal with. Stealing his heart, Xiaoling Yu decided to use a big move. Otherwise, not only will he not be able to defeat this puppet, it will be difficult to use a big move when he has exhausted too much of his power. First Master, wait a moment. Just as Xiaoling Yu's power began to madly surge into the silver moon broken blade in his hand, Zhu Jin let out a loud shout. Xiaoling Yu frowned slightly. It was a critical moment, and any pause could lead to defeat. He really could not understand why Zhu Jin shouted to stop at this time. However, out of trust in Zhu Jin, Xiaoling Yu gave up on using a big move, but he heard Zhu Jin shout again. First Master, think of a way to trap it for a moment. I have a way to subdue it. Xiaoling Yu followed his words, and let the 6 demon-suppressing immortal orbs spread out, and then surrounded it. The steel puppet waved the demonic blade in its hand, wanting to sweep the demon-suppressing immortal orbs away, but Xiaoling Yu leaped up and used the silver moon broken blade to block. Xiaoling Yu was swept away again, but the 6 demon-suppressing immortal orbs had already formed an encirclement and cast a sacred light screen to seal the puppet. Although it was a puppet, it was also of the demonic Tao, and was more afraid of sacred magic treasures. So at that moment, the steel puppet seemed a little sluggish. After all, it was not a living thing, and when it was designed, it did not consider that there would be people in the demonic Tao who could use sacred magic treasures. Zhu Jin quickly arrived in front of it, and then spat out a mouthful of blood essence. With Xiaoling Yu's cooperation, he injected the blood essence into the puppet's head. Strangely, Zhu Jin's blood essence sank into the puppet's head, and then the puppet's body shone with a demonic light, and its aura fluctuated, but there were no other strange movements. Okay, First Master can let it go, Zhu Jin said to Xiaoling Yu. Xiaoling Yu took back the 6 demon-suppressing immortal orbs, but he was still vigilant, and the silver moon broken sword was still in front of him. After a few moments, the puppet returned to normal, but it stood still in the same place. Zhu Jin suddenly recited a strange incantation, and the puppet walked a few steps mechanically. Haha, it's mine! Zhu Jin laughed, and then waved his arm, and the puppet was stored in his storage magic treasure. Congratulations, with such a powerful puppet. Even if you go out alone, you don't have to be afraid of spirit demon stage experts. Gong Yi stepped forward and congratulated. I still need some time to familiarize myself with it, so that I can maximize its combat effectiveness. Zhu Jin said with a smile on his face. Even if other treasures are not fated with him, Zhu Jin has made a lot of money this time. As long as he has a holiday, he can skillfully control the steel puppet, and the overall combat effectiveness of the steel puppet is definitely not weaker than ordinary spirit demon stage experts, and it can protect Zhu Jin for a long time. After carefully looking in the hall for a while, Xiaoling Yu pointed to the boxes and said to Zhu Jin, "Your Zhu family's treasures should be inside." Zhu Jin nodded, walked to the front of a box, and said, "Opening these boxes is simple, just waste a little bit of my blood essence." After that, Zhu Jin dripped a drop of blood essence on the box in front of him, and the originally seemingly ordinary box's surface flowed with incantation. After a while, it slowly opened automatically, and several jade bottles full of pills were revealed. After a cup of tea time, Zhu Jin wasted a few drops of blood essence and opened all the boxes in the hall. In these boxes, there are finished pills and magic weapons. There are also some precious materials, and one box is full of magic crystals. Not to mention other things, just this box of magic crystals. There are more than 200 pieces, and each magic crystal is worth 100 best quality magic stones, which is equivalent to 10,000 high-quality magic stones. Among the pills, there are also 2 bottles of best quality magic pills, and 1 magic weapon is best quality magic tool. Rich, Gani couldn't help but whisper. Chapter 284. Although there were many treasures, no one dared to touch them without Xiao Yu's permission. Everyone looked at Xiao Yu. Seeing that he was staring at the jade bottle in a daze, Song Ju stepped forward and asked, "Could this be the 4-legged ginseng king?" Xiao Yu suddenly came back to his senses and said with a smile, "It should be. I've searched high and low for it, only to find it without any effort. I actually found it here. 4-legged ginseng king? I remember that this was one of the materials that the first master was looking for. Gong he also came over and said, you could divide the treasures and elixirs among yourselves. I don't need them. I only want this 4-legged ginseng king and 50 magic crystals," Xiao Yu said generously. Zhu Jin and the other 2 were stunned at first, then overjoyed. The 3 of them had sworn loyalty to Xiao Yu. If Xiao Yu wanted to take all these treasures for himself, they had nothing to say. Moreover, they were able to obtain these treasures this time because Xiao Yu risked his life. After putting away the jade bottle that sealed the 4-legged ginseng king and taking 50 magic crystals, Xiao Yu did not touch the other treasures. He just smiled and watched Zhu Jin and the other 2 divide the treasures. Zhu Jin and the other 2 were amiable. After all, they were a family. It was not worthwhile to quarrel over these treasures. Zhu Jin had already obtained the steel puppet. Although these treasures were left behind by the ancestors of the Zhu family, he was very fair and equally divided them with the other 2. Gong He and Song Ju each received a top-grade magic pill and a top-grade magic tool. After splitting the treasures, Xiao Yu and the rest returned the way they came from. However, they did not expect to see magical beasts all over the mountains and plains as soon as they reached the surface. They had already surrounded the place. Xiao Yu guessed that the reason so many magical beasts were attracted was because of the pure magic power that overflowed from below. However, the reason was not important. What was important was that they had obtained the treasures. They had to leave this desert as soon as possible. After confirming the direction they came from, Xiao Yu wrapped Zhu Jin and the others with her power and flew out of the desert. However, after just 2 breaths, Xiao Yu had no choice but to stop first because there were many powerful magical beasts that leaped up and blocked their path. Moreover, among these magical beasts, there were 2 very powerful auras. They should be at the spirit demon stage, and there were dozens of true demon stage magical beasts surrounding them. Xiao Yu's expression turned solemn. With a thought, a highly toxic demonic aura gushed out from his body and spread in all directions. The 2 spirit demon stage demonic beasts were able to block the poisonous fog with their own divine ability, but the true demon stage demonic beasts could only flee. If they were a little slower, the poisonous fog would corrode their bodies, and eventually they would turn into drops of poisonous liquid. There are countless magical beasts hiding in this desert. Even though Xiao Yu's strength is not weak, he did not dare to stay here for long. After all, he still has to take care of Zhu Jin and the others. So he ignored the 2 spirit demon stage magical beasts and rushed forward. At this time, the 2 magical beasts seemed to have made up their minds. They were a little faster than Xiao Yu and stopped Xiao Yu and the others. "Humph! Do you want to die?" Xiao Yu shouted, and the 6 demon-suppressing immortal orbs turned into a divine light sword and slashed at one of the magical beasts. Then, with a swing of his arm, the silver moon broken blade also shot out a blade aura to kill the other magical beast. The magical beast that was attacked by the divine light sword looked like a vulture. Its body was huge, and a pair of black wings suddenly flapped, causing a black whirlwind to roll out. It was able to change the direction of the divine light sword's attack. The magical beast that was attacked by the blade aura, although it was floating in the air, it was not a bird species. It had a strange appearance of a wolf head and a scorpion tail. When the blade aura hit it, its pair of front claws like iron pincers suddenly collided with each other, and a flame shot out to meet the blade aura. However, the divine light sword attack was unable to do anything to the vulture, but the blade aura was sent out by a divine weapon. Naturally, it was not something that the flame could resist. The sharp blade aura directly dispersed the flame and continued forward. The wolf-headed scorpion-tailed magical beast did not seem to have expected this. In its haste, it was unable to dodge and could only use its solid front claws to block in front of its eyes. With a bang, the wolf head and scorpion tail magical beast couldn't help but let out a cry of pain, and its body flew out upside down. When it stabilized its body, it was shocked to find that its front claws, which were comparable to a high-grade divine weapon, had a circle of dense cracks. In the next moment, those cracks have expanded, and the excruciating pain spread throughout the magical beast's body. However, before Shaolin Yu could attack again, the vulture let out a shriek and fanned out countless black feathers that were as sharp as steel arrows. It was like a rain of arrows, flying from the front and the sky, and each of the feathers had the attack power not weaker than a high-grade divine weapon. Seeing this situation, Shaolin Yu's heart tightened and secretly thought that if a spirit demon stage magical beast was given enough space to attack, this should not be underestimated. The 6 demon-suppressing immortal orbs were taken back to form a circle of protection, and Shaolin Yu once again swung the silver moon broken blade and slashed forward. The arrows that came from the front were all swept away by the blade aura, but most of the arrows that fell from the sky fell on the Divine Light Shield. The Divine Light Shield's defensive power was not bad. At least it was stronger than a high-grade divine weapon. But in the face of thousands of arrows, it was constantly trembling and could collapse at any time. Gong He and Song Ju also looked dignified, and they were ready to cooperate with Shaolin Yu to defend. At this time, the wolf head and scorpion tail magical beast that was injured just now stabilized its body and rushed over with the vulture. The wolf head and scorpion tail magical beast smashed forward with a pair of iron pincers, and the vulture's pair of silver hook-like claws slightly opened to scratch the divine light shield. After using the silver moon broken blade twice in a row, Shaolin Yu already felt that his power was depleted at this time, and not only could he not launch the blade aura again, but he also could not fight for a long time. The iron pincers and claws attacked the divine light shield at the same time, and the defensive shield that was about to collapse immediately broke on the spot, and the 6 demon-suppressing immortal orbs dimmed for a while. Although his power was severely depleted, Shaolin Yu did not lose his defensive power. He took Zhu Jin and the other 2 to move horizontally for a while, and let the arrows fall on his body, and only used the silver moon broken blade to sweep away the arrows that fell on Zhu Jin. Song Ju and Gong He were both true demon stage cultivators, and they have always been in their peak state, so they could protect themselves from these arrows with their own ability. Shaolin Yu discovered at this time that if he really fought in a relatively wide space, he could deal with or even kill a spirit demon stage cultivator, but he couldn't deal with 2 at the same time. If it was just the vulture or the wolf head and scorpion tail magical beast here alone, Shaolin Yu felt that even if he couldn't erase them, he could still drive them away. But in the current situation, he knew that he must escape, and he couldn't fight with them anymore. However, if he wanted to escape, he must be able to get rid of these 2 spirit demon stage magical beasts. After thinking quickly, Shaolin Yu took out a demon talisman in one hand, and the other hand quickly made a seal, and his mouth was chanting a spell. When the 2 demonic beasts caught up to him again, he suddenly stopped and pushed out with both hands. The devil talisman he obtained from the Eastern Devil Cave and the Chaos Devil Seal he completed fused with the intermediate devil incantation were thrown out together. The demon talisman and Chaos Demon Seal exploded in front of the 2 magical beasts at the same time, and the powerful attack made them give up their pursuit and temporarily stop to defend. However, these 2 attacks were not weak. Although they resisted, they were still somewhat injured, and when they stabilized their bodies, the other party had already escaped far away. The two magical beasts were naturally unwilling to give up, so they immediately picked up their speed and chased after them. "Boss, here's a bottle of the best quality demon pill that can quickly restore your cultivation. Quickly take one." Gong, he stuffed a J bottle that he just got into Shaolin Yu's hand. Although the best quality demon pill is precious, if he can't get rid of the two spirit demon stage magical beasts, he is afraid that he won't be able to enjoy it in the future. Shaolin Yu didn't refuse. After taking the J bottle, he poured a pill into his mouth. This kind of best quality demon pill is really effective. As soon as it entered his stomach, it immediately melted, and the medicinal power spread throughout his body. After just a few breaths of time, Shaolin Yu's Chaos Demon Infant, which was originally a little dispirited, became energetic again, and its pale face gradually became rosy. After a few breaths of time, the two injured spirit demon stage magical beasts have already caught up with him. Shaolin Yu continued to move forward at a very fast speed, but when he recovered his cultivation, he madly poured all of his energy into the Silver Moon broken sword in his hand, and when he sank all of his energy into the Silver Moon broken sword, he suddenly stopped and swung the Silver Moon broken sword at the vulture. Whoa! A bird's cry suddenly sounded, and then a colorful fire bird rushed out from the Silver Moon broken sword, and wherever it passed, the space around it fluctuated slightly. The two magical beasts felt an incomparably terrifying aura rushing towards them, and both of their expressions changed greatly. The wolf head and scorpion tail magical beast flashed and hid far away. The multicolored firebird carried the noble aura of the super mutant magical beast, the black crow. This aura was very effective against low-grade, flying magical beasts. Because of this, the vulture's reaction was a little slower. Although it had flapped its wings and shot out countless arrows before the multicolored firebird could reach it, the arrows were all burned up by the high temperature before they could hit the multicolored firebird. Then, the multicolored firebird's power didn't decrease at all as it crashed into the vulture. The vulture is just a spirit demon stage magical beast. How can it resist the attack of a divine tool? Almost in an instant, the vulture's huge body was directly burned into a cloud of black smoke and then drifted away with the wind. The wolf head and scorpion tail magical beast was shocked. It has lived with the vulture for many years, and it knows that the vulture's strength is a little stronger than itself. But even it was killed in an instant. If it was hit by the colorful firebird, wouldn't it only die? But then it forced itself to calm down because the other party didn't shoot the colorful firebird at it, but turned around and flew away after killing the vulture. Could it be that guy can only use that kind of firebird attack once? Chapter 285. After launching another attack, Shaolin Yu's strength was once again depleted, so he turned and ran after killing the vulture. In just a few breaths of time, Shaolin Yu's strength was almost completely restored. This was the first time he realized that having a pill that could quickly restore his strength was very useful. Just as Shaolin Yu was about to pour all of his power into the Silver Moon Broken Blade and use the Rainbow Firebird to kill the wolf head scorpion tail magic beast, a large white net suddenly fell from the sky and covered the wolf head scorpion tail magic beast all of a sudden. Naturally, the demonic beast was not willing to be tied up like this. It immediately struggled violently and tore at the net with its pair of iron pincers. Unfortunately, he didn't know what the big net was made of, but it was able to bind the spirit demon stage magical beast tightly. The more the magical beast struggled, the tighter the net got. Moreover, between the white lines, there were countless small spikes that seemed to be able to pierce the magical beast's fur. After a moment, a young cultivator wearing a brocade robe flew over from not far away and floated in front of the net. The young cultivator had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was handsome, but there was a hint of arrogance on his face. He looked like a prince from the secular world. "If you don't want to suffer, I advise you to stop," the young cultivator said with a smile on his face. Naturally, the magical beast would not be captured so easily. It endured the pain caused by the spikes and used its teeth and claws that were like iron pincers to tear at the threads of the white net. The white net was not a top-grade magic treasure. If the demonic beast was allowed to tear at it, it would not take long for it to be torn apart. Humph! You're looking for trouble. The young cultivator snorted, and a jade ruler engraved with mysterious runes appeared in his hand. He ruthlessly whipped at the demonic beast. Roar! With one strike of the ruler, the demonic beast let out a miserable cry. Where the jade ruler had struck, its fur had actually split open, leaving behind a bloody mark. Only now did the demonic beast know fear. It stared at the jade ruler in the young cultivator's hand with extreme fear. Recognize me as your master. The young cultivator took out a drop of his soul power-infused blood essence and sent it into the white net. The demonic beast hesitated for a moment. When the young cultivator let out another cold snort, it released its defenses and allowed the drop of blood essence to sink into its forehead. At least you know what's good for you. Actually, following me is definitely better than cultivating in this desert with thin demonic chi. The young cultivator nodded his head in satisfaction and then put away the white net. The magical beast was obediently invited into the spirit beast pouch by him. When she saw this, Xiaoling Yu turned around and looked like she was about to leave. Brother, please wait. Before Xiaoling Yu could speed up and leave, she heard the young cultivator shouting behind her. What's the matter? Xiaoling Yu stopped and asked in confusion. Xiaoling Yu could tell that this young cultivator was an early-stage spirit demon cultivator who had just advanced. Hee, I see that you're only a true demon cultivator, but you can fight a spirit demon beast. You're really amazing, the young cultivator said with a smile. Brother, you praise me too much. How can my insignificant cultivation enter your eyes? Xiaoling Yu shook his head and replied. Indeed, from the surface, Xiaoling Yu was being chased by the spirit demon beast, but this young cultivator had already captured the demonic beast in a few moments. The gap between them was huge. Brother, do you have someone from a sect? The young cultivator asked. No, Xiaoling Yu replied indifferently. That's good. I'm a disciple of the Chepo sect. Brother, are you interested in joining the Chepo sect? The young cultivator put his hands behind his back and said with a bit of pride. No, Xiaoling Yu's expression didn't change. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Our Chepo sect is one of the top sects in the Blood Moon continent. With your talent, once you join our Chepo sect, you will definitely become an elite disciple like me. And for an elite disciple like me, I've only cultivated in the Chepo sect for 100,000 years, but I've already reached the early stage spirit demon. The young cultivator's face was even more proud. Brother, you flatter me too much. My talent is incomparable to yours. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Xiaoling Yu was still unmoved. The young cultivator's chest was burning with anger. He met a talent and kindly helped him, but the other party didn't even bother to pay attention to him. It was really annoying. Brother, you've missed a great opportunity. You should know that it won't be long before the entire Blood Moon continent will crawl under the feet of our Chepo sect. At that time, there will only be one sect in the entire Blood Moon continent, and that will be our Chepo sect. If you join the Chepo sect at that time, I'm afraid it will be difficult. The young cultivator suppressed the anger in his heart and sneered. Even if that time comes, we can still not join any sect and be a rogue cultivator. Songju said disdainfully. Haha, at that time, there won't be any rogue cultivators in the entire Blood Moon continent. The young cultivator laughed. Could it be that the Chepo sect is going to kill or expel all the rogue cultivators in the Blood Moon continent? Zhu Jin asked curiously. That won't happen. Brother, you'll know when the time comes. The young cultivator said vaguely. Gong Yu was about to speak, but he was stopped by Xiaoling Yu. Xiaoling Yu smiled and said, the Chepo sect is very far from here. Even if we want to join, we'll have to go to the sect's encampment first. Brother, you can go do your own things first. We'll go to the Devil sect and ask to join. In fact, Xiaoling Yu just wanted to brush off this seemingly young spirit demon stage cultivator, and he was too lazy to argue with him. You really want to join? The young cultivator didn't seem to believe them. Of course, Shaolin Yu said with a smile. Although your talent is extraordinary, but if you want to join a top sect like the Chepo sect, you'll have to pass the assessment first. As long as you can pass the assessment and complete the mission, you can join. As an elite disciple of the Devil sect, I have the authority to assess you. As long as you can pass my assessment, I'll let you join the Chepo sect. The young cultivator said seriously. This kid is putting on airs. Shaolin Yu thought it was funny, but he continued to ask, Brother, how are you going to assess us? Shaolin Yu knew that the young cultivator was just an early spirit demon cultivator, so he used this time to recover his strength, because the young cultivator was not worthy of his fear. To be honest, I came out this time because I have a mission. This mission is not very difficult for me, but it just so happens that I lack a few helpers. If you can help me complete this mission, then you will have passed my test. I want to help you, but I don't need you. You have to seize the opportunity. The young cultivator said very generously. What kind of mission is it? Shaolin Yu wanted to laugh, but he still continued to ask. The mission is very simple. You just have to make a third-rate sect swear allegiance to the Chepo sect. The young cultivator said casually. Third-rate sect? Zhu Jin and the other two were taken aback, their faces filled with disbelief. Even Shaolin Yu was frowning slightly. Even the worst third-rate sect has at least one early spirit demon cultivator, and ordinary third-rate sects may have many spirit demon cultivators. Chepo's sect wants to take down a third-rate sect, but they only sent one early spirit demon cultivator. He doesn't know if they're too confident or they don't have enough manpower. You're not afraid, are you? The young cultivator asked first, and then said, Think about it. As long as I show the identity of Chepo's sect with a mere third-rate sect, will they dare to say no? They will be happy. I just feel that if I go alone, it will be a bit lonely, and it may not reflect the momentum of our Chepo sect, so I want to find a few followers to accompany me. I don't want you to help me fight against the spirit demon cultivator. Shaolin Yu and the others were silent and didn't have any intention to answer. The cultivator continued to encourage them. You all saw it just now. I can easily subdue a spirit demon stage beast with just a wave of my hand. Even if those third-rate sects don't know how to appreciate favors and dare to resist, they can only stretch out their necks to be slaughtered. There's more than one spirit demon stage magical beast in my spirit beast pouch. Shaolin Yu is also experienced. He can hear that the young cultivator's words are half true and half false. To put it bluntly, this guy is just fooling Shaolin Yu and the others. If it is really as simple as this guy said, why would he waste his breath here? He must have felt that there may be danger, so he wants to pull Shaolin Yu and the others to help. Oh, we still have some urgent things to do. I'm afraid we can't seize this opportunity. Shaolin Yu shook his head and smiled. Humph. In fact, I can see that you just want to get more benefits. I can promise you, after the task is completed, not only will I recommend you to join the Chepo sect, but you can also take half of the collection of that third-rate sect. How about it? The young cultivator said. Half. Zhu Jin and the others were a bit moved. This is their professional reaction as a robber. However, after thinking that they just got the rich treasures of the Zhu family, their expressions returned to normal. Even a third-rate sect like the East Pole Demon sect that didn't have a deep foundation had a very rich background. It was just that the destruction of the East Pole Demon sect was too sudden, and Shaolin Yu didn't get any benefits from it. Otherwise, he would have been rich before he went to the Zhu family's treasury. We can accompany you, but there are some things that we have to say first. If there is a situation beyond our strength, we will not risk our lives. Shaolin Yu said after thinking about it. Chapter 286. The Rainbow Demon Village was a third-rate sect in the Blood Moon continent. It was established less than 10 million years ago, and its foundation was not very solid. It was not much stronger than the East Pole Demon sect. However, compared to the East Pole Demon sect, the Rainbow Demon Village had 3 spirit demon cultivators, and one of them was a middle-stage spirit demon. In addition, there were more than 20 true demon experts in the sect. The strength of the entire Rainbow Demon Village could be regarded as a middle-level third-rate sect. Like other third-rate sects, the Rainbow Demon Village did not rely on any forces. It was not that they did not want to rely on the protection of the first-rate sects, but the first-rate sects did not care about the third-rate sects at all. In the Blood Moon continent, and even the entire Demon Realm, the second-rate sects did not dare to be the backer of the third-rate sections. First, it was very taboo for the first-rate sections. Second, the second-rate sects did not have enough capital to be the backer of the third-rate sections. The first-rate sects did not want new first-rate sects to appear constantly, so they often did things to suppress the development of the second-rate sections. In order not to attract the attention of the first-rate sects, most of the second-rate sects would choose to develop in a low-key manner. They were in a very awkward position. Although they had no one to rely on, the Rainbow Demon Village had been smooth sailing for many years. Since they entered the third-rate sects 3 million years ago, they had made great progress in various realms and aspects. The overall strength of the sect was growing day by day. In recent days, the Blood Moon continent was in turmoil. The disputes between the first-rate sects affected a wide range of areas, and the Rainbow Demon Village was also affected by it. The battles between the top sects in the Devil Realm often involved many second and third-rate sections. Many of these sects would also be destroyed. If the second and third-rate sects wanted to protect themselves, they needed to stand on the right side. Once they made a wrong choice, they would only end up being destroyed. The battles between the top sects also consumed a lot of resources. In order to reduce their losses, they would often rope in a large number of second and third-rate sects and let the cultivators they roped and helped them fight take the blade for them or act as cannon fodder for them. The leaders of the second and third-rate sects were not fools. Naturally, they could see what would happen if they joined the top sects that were participating in the dispute at this time. However, in the Devil Realm, the weak had no right to speak. Even if the top sects did not like them at all, the top sects were too strong after all. They simply could not refuse the top sect's request. If he rejected the request of a top-notch sect, he would be destroyed immediately. If he accepted the request of a top-notch sect, if he was lucky, not only would he not be destroyed, he might even obtain great benefits. Recently, the Fort Master of the Rainbow Demon Village was having a headache because the first-rate sects had already sent people to look for them, requesting them to submit and obey their orders. Although they could do it half-heartedly for a while, they definitely could not do it for a long time. Unfortunately, the information they received was limited. It was not enough to analyze which side would win this battle, so they did not know how to choose. Reporting to Fort Master, there are a few experts outside. They say that they are from the Chepo sect and wish to see Fort Master. Fort Master, do you want to see them? A guard at the entrance of the Rainbow Demon Village, who is only at the mid-stage Demon King realm, hurriedly walked into the main hall of the Rainbow Demon Village and asked with a bow, "See them or not?" "Of course I want to see them." The Fort Master, who was at the mid-stage Spirit Demon realm, immediately stood up from his seat and quickly walked towards the main entrance of the village with a bitter smile on his face. When he arrived at the main entrance of the village, the Fort Master saw Xiao Lingyu and the others. He squinted his eyes and sized them up. Then, he cupped his fists towards the young cultivator of the Chepo sect and said, "I am Li Bu, the Fort Master of the Rainbow Demon Village. Greetings, fellow Taoists from the Chepo sect. Please forgive me for making you wait for so long." The young cultivator of the Chepo sect also cupped his fists and shook them. He said unhappily, "We have indeed waited for quite some time. The village is not big, but there are quite a few rules." As he spoke, the young cultivator walked into the village by himself. The corner of Li Bu's mouth twitched a few times. However, he also understood that disciples from top-notch sects were all very arrogant. Moreover, they had the confidence to be arrogant. After he understood this, Li Bu followed with a smile on his face. He led the group to a large hall and arranged some tea, snacks, and fruits. After all, Li Bu had been the Fort Master for many years. He was experienced and tactful in handling matters. He was also very patient. He did not take the initiative to ask why they were here. Instead, he continuously invited them to drink tea and eat snacks while rambling on. However, the young cultivator did not have much patience. After eating and drinking casually for a while, he said bluntly, "Fort Masterly, I am here on the orders of the Chepo sect master to invite fellow Taoists from the Rainbow Demon Village to form an alliance with us. From now on, we will share blessings and hardships together. What do you think, Fort Masterly?" He said that they would share blessings and hardships together. However, even a fool would know that this was a lie. Libu paused and said with a troubled expression, "Although I am the fort master, this is a big matter after all. I can't make the decision alone. We still need to discuss before. Humph. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you, yet you still want to be perfunctory. After our East Pole Devil sect unifies the entire Blood Moon continent, even if you want to rely on us, we may not even look at you." The young cultivator was not a fool. Seeing that the other party was deliberately evading, he said with a cold expression, "This sentence could only scare some inexperienced people. The Blood Moon continent was very big, and there were more than one or two top sections. Although the Chepo sect was very strong, it was easier said than done to unify the Blood Moon continent." Libu understood this point, but he could not say it out loud. He still maintained a smile and said, "I am not being perfunctory. This matter is very important to us. I can't make the decision rashly, nor can I make the decision. Then I will give you 2 hours to discuss it. I will wait here. When you are done, just give me a result." The young cultivator said impatiently. Libu narrowed his eyes again. Although the envoys from the top sects were arrogant, they were not so aggressive. In fact, the top sects did not care much about whether a third-rate sect was willing to submit or not. They were more concerned about second-rate sects with profound demon experts. Therefore, although the envoys from the top sects were not very happy, they would at most leave in a huff. The turmoil in the Blood Moon continent this time was different from before. This time, it affected a wider area, and the battles were more intense. The top sects were not willing to put their battle strength into subduing third-rate sections. "Then please wait for a moment. I will go and discuss with everyone." After Libu finished speaking, he left the main hall alone. Although Xiao Lingyu despised the young cultivator's words and way of doing things, he could see that Libu was very experienced. It was impossible to make the Rainbow Demon Village submit with normal methods. Perhaps the young cultivator's rude and impetuous style was more suitable for negotiation. After half an hour, Libu returned to the main hall, but there were 2 spirit demon experts behind him. In Xiao Lingyu's mind, there seemed to be a lot of true demon stage cultivators around the main hall. Although those cultivators' aura was very tight, perhaps because they were a little nervous, their aura fluctuations were exposed, which was perceived by Xiao Lingyu. The young cultivator's realm was a little higher than Xiao Lingyu. He could naturally perceive that the situation was not right, but he didn't know if he was blindly confident or really confident. He didn't have any different expression. After the 3 spirit demon experts of the Rainbow Demon Village came in, he asked indifferently, "Have you discussed the result?" "We have to see your identity jade card first. This is also for the sake of caution. Please don't blame us." Libu said calmly. "Why? Are you worried that I am a fake?" The young cultivator smiled, took out a blood-colored jade card, and then said, "Look carefully. This is a jade card that only spirit demon elite disciples can have." Unexpectedly, Libu suddenly took 2 steps forward. Before the young cultivator could react, Libu snatched the jade card away. The young cultivator's face sank, and he immediately stood up, but at this time he heard Libu say, "This identity jade card is really good, but we have to see if you really have the order of Chepo sect master." The young cultivator coldly snorted, took out another jade slip, and crushed it. After the jade slip was broken, it turned into a mist, and, after a few moments, the mist revealed a few rows of dark red words. Those big words were, as if they were written on a water curtain, constantly fluctuating slightly, revealing a very strong aura fluctuation, which was able to completely seal the space of the entire hall in an instant. Even Xiao Lingyu couldn't move, and even the chaos power in his body stopped circulating. However, those big words disappeared after 20 breaths, and the invincible aura that shrouded the hall also disappeared. Can you tell me the result now? The young cultivator then asked. Xiaoling Yu sighed in his heart. This young cultivator is still too inexperienced. This order is not only for show, but also to play a greater role at a critical time. For example, when the opponent launched a very powerful attack, the order can be easily used to resolve the danger. But such an order was wasted. It's a pity. Give me back my identity jade card first. Without waiting for the other party to answer, the young cultivator looked at his own identity jade card and said, "Ha, your identity jade card is very good. I wonder if you can give it to this old man to play with for a few days?" After Li Bu said this sentence with a smile, his face suddenly sank, and he hit the young cultivator with his palm. When the young cultivator heard Li Bu's words, he naturally couldn't react at that moment. He didn't expect that Li Bu would really dare to attack him, and Li Bu's realm is much higher than his, so at this moment he couldn't react at all. Chapter 287. Xiaoling Yu was always on guard, so his speed was extremely fast. When Li Bu's palm was less than an inch away from the young cultivator's forehead, Xiaoling Yu's finger touched the young cultivator's wrist and brushed past the young cultivator's ear. Although Li Bu had the support of his cultivation, he still felt a sharp pain coming from his wrist. It should be that the wrist bone in that position was broken. This made Li Bu very surprised. The person who attacked was obviously only in the true demon stage. How could a finger have such a strong killing power? At this time, Xiaoling Yu kicked again, and Li Bu quickly retreated. "Bold thief, you dare to sneak attack me. Are you not afraid that my devil sect will be angry and destroy your whole sect?" The young cultivator angrily scolded. "You top sects, when have you ever cared about our life and death? Are you allowed to threaten us and not allow us to resist occasionally? Besides, if we kill you, we can just move our base. With the current situation of the Blood Moon continent, we don't think that the Chepo sect has the energy to find us." Li Bu said with a sneer. "Umph. Nearby, there's a mysterious demon stage expert in my Chepo sect. If something happens to me, he will definitely come quickly. I advise you to be rational." The young cultivator said confidently. There are not only mysterious demon stage experts in the vicinity of the Chepo sect. Li Bu said indifferently. "Have you already joined other big sects?" The young cultivator seemed to think of something and asked nervously. "We just made the decision," Li Bu responded, and, at the same time, the two people behind him attacked. The true demon stage cultivators who were originally hiding in the hall also released their aura and surrounded them. "You are courting death," the young cultivator angrily shouted, and then patted his waist, and two spirit demon stage demonic beasts appeared. Their huge bodies directly collapsed the hall. In this way, the young cultivator's side also had 3 spirit demon stage experts. The situation seemed to be good, but the spirit demon stage demonic beasts were a little worse than the spirit demon stage human cultivators with magic weapons. And the other side had 20 true demon stage experts and more than 200 demon king stage cultivators. So they had an absolute advantage. It was precisely because of this advantage that they dared to attack the messenger of the Chepo sect. But these comparisons, Xiaoling Yu's strength was only at the true demon stage. In fact, he could seriously injure or even kill a spirit demon stage expert. It did not take long for Li Bu to engage in a battle with the young cultivator, while the 2 early-stage spirit demon cultivators fought against the young cultivator's demonic beasts. The other side's true demon stage experts were naturally targeting Xiaoling Yu's group. However, no matter what kind of attack these true demon stage experts launched, as long as it reached Xiaoling Yu, it would be easily defeated and there was no threat at all. But even in this case, Xiaoling Yu did not make any counterattack and has been defending passively. After all, the young cultivator was still young, and he had just advanced to the spirit demon stage. Although his magic weapon was not weak, he had been suppressed by Li Bu, and there were few opportunities to fight back. As for his 2 spirit demon stage demonic beasts, under the bombardment of the magic weapons and spells of the 2 spirit demon early stage cultivators, they were already in a state of collapse. If this continues, the young cultivator will soon be defeated, and he may even lose his life here. Brother Xiao, help me kill them, and all the collections in this rainbow demon village will be yours." The young cultivator saw that the situation was extremely unfavorable to him, and the helpers he invited were not doing anything. So he thought for a while and shouted loudly, "Haha, that's good." Xiao Lingyu laughed in response, and then a torrential poisonous fog surged out from his body. In a flash, the poisonous fog drowned all the true demon stage cultivators, and the 20 true demon stage cultivators only lasted for a few breaths of time before they were all killed in the poisonous fog. If you want to go further in the demon realm, you absolutely can't be soft-hearted. Even if there is no deep hatred, you still have to kill. Next, Xiao Lingyu did not use the demon-suppressing immortal orb and the silver moon broken blade, but only used the chaos demon seal fused with the demonic curse technique and cooperated with a demonic beast to blast the spirit demon early stage cultivator to the point that he could not even lift his head. In order to avoid any trouble and not give the opponent a chance to invite a profound demon stage expert, Xiao Lingyu took advantage of the opponent's exhausted defense and used the silver moon broken blade to slash out a chaos blade light, directly splitting the opponent's defensive magic weapon and also seriously injuring the opponent. The seriously injured spirit demon early stage cultivator had already lost the ability to fight, and his two fellow disciples could not spare time to save him. Naturally, he could not avoid death, and even the demon infant was detained by Xiao Lingyu. As a result, the situation was immediately reversed. Xiao Lingyu and the two demonic beasts worked together to deal with the other cultivator in the early stage spirit demon realm. It only took them 2 rounds to kill the other cultivator in the early stage spirit demon realm. At the same time, they also trapped the other party's demon nascent soul in a jade bottle. The only remaining Rainbow Demon Village's chief, Li Bu, had already sent out a signal for help when Xiao Lingyu killed the true demon stage experts. However, the battle progressed too quickly, to the extent that even he felt that it was inconceivable. After realizing the seriousness of the problem, Li Bu was preparing to escape, but suddenly, a large white net came down from above. At this time, there were experts in all 4 directions around him, and he did not have the chance to increase his speed at all and could only be bound by the large net. The large net's quality was extraordinary, and its effect was strange. Li Bu did not have a top-grade demonic weapon, so it was impossible for him to tear the large net and escape in a short time. "Thank you, Brother Xiao, for your help." The young cultivator first cupped his fists and thanked Xiao Lingyu, then took out the jade ruler and hit Li Bu, who was trapped in the net, while scolding, "Old man, you don't know what's good for you. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Li Bu could be considered a strong-willed person. Although his body was constantly in intense pain, he endured it and did not make a sound. After a few moments, the demonic power in his body began to surge wildly. Xiao Lingyu knew that this old man was preparing to self-destruct. Anyone could imagine that Li Bu's pleas would be useless. He dared to attack the Chepo sect's envoy and was now captured, so only death awaited him. He might even be in a life-or-death situation, so he might as well self-destruct now. Xiao Lingyu wanted to stop him, but the young cultivator had already shouted, and the large white net instantly turned into a white cocoon of light. Boom! An explosion sounded from the white cocoon of light, and the demonic light within the white cocoon flickered. After the white cocoon of light trembled violently, it turned back into a large white net. However, the net was emitting black smoke, and it was likely that it had suffered heavy damage. Looking at the appearance of the large white net, the young cultivator's mouth could not help but twitch. The combination of the large net and the jade ruler was his most prized attack pattern. Now that the large net had suffered heavy damage, it would affect his overall combat strength. However, it was fortunate that he had completed his mission this time. Xiao Lingyu felt even more relaxed. He was not gloating, but rather, he could save himself a lot of trouble now that the young cultivator's strength had been weakened. Brother Xiao, I really did not misjudge you. You were actually able to easily kill an early-stage spirit demon. I admire you, the young cultivator said with a smile after putting away his large net. It was all thanks to brother's two demonic beasts. I was only supporting them. Shaoling Yu said modestly with a smile. Now that the rainbow demon village's spirit demons and true demons have been completely annihilated, it can be said that they have been removed from the ranks of third-rate sections. There is no point in having them pledge allegiance to our Chepo sect. Brother Shao, please take the treasures here, the young cultivator said in a seemingly generous manner. Then I won't be polite. The young cultivator thought that Shaoling Yu would politely decline, but he never thought that after Shaoling Yu agreed. He gave a look to Zhu Jin and the other two, and the four of them began to search around. In fact, most of the treasures in the Rainbow Demon Village were in the storage magic treasures of the three spirit demons and the true demons. Their storage magic treasures had already fallen into the hands of Shaoling Yu. In addition, Shaoling Yu was worried that a profound demon stage expert would be rushing over, so he only searched for a while before flying back. The young cultivator did not dawdle and immediately flew away with Shaoling Yu and the other three. Brother Shao, where are you going? The young cultivator asked after leaving the Rainbow Demon Village. I have some trivial matters to take care of, Shaoling Yu vaguely said. Then I will go with Brother Shao. After Brother Shao is done, we will go to the Devil Sect together. You can rest assured that with my recommendation, you will definitely be able to join the Chepo sect and become an elite disciple. The young cultivator promised. Okay, Shaoling Yu straightforwardly replied. Zhu Jin and the other two's expressions became complicated. Although they were suspicious, no one asked. However, what the young cultivator didn't expect was that this journey was like a blind journey with no destination at all. It didn't matter if it took a few months, but after 2 years of continuous travel, Shaoling Yu and the others didn't have any intention of stopping. Fortunately, the direction that Shaoling Yu and the others were going was the same as the young cultivator's return route to the Chepo sect, so he was not in a hurry. After gradually getting familiar with each other, Shaoling Yu and the others found out that this young cultivator was called Lin Shi. He had already cultivated for more than 100,000 years. Although he had already reached the spirit demon stage, he spent most of his time in the Chepo sect's headquarters and rarely came out to travel. Although Lin Shi was arrogant, he had always been courteous to Shaoling Yu and the others. They all called each other brothers and got along well with each other. On a certain day, 2 years later, Lin Shi suddenly said happily, after walking for another half a month, we will reach a secret hall of the Chepo sect. There is a mystic demon Uncle Master stationed there. When the time comes, we will go and meet him. He has always had a good relationship with my master. Shaoling Yu's expression did not change at all when he heard this. He even nodded silently. Chapter 288. It was very obvious that they were trying to force the experts of the Heaven-Smiting Bandit group to provide reinforcements. However, the other party had never made any big movements in the past, so the losses they brought to the Heaven-Smiting Bandit group were limited. Shaoling Yu and the others had never taken this matter to heart. However, the other party had become more and more unbridled recently, causing the Heaven-Smiting Bandit group to suffer heavy losses every time. If Shaoling Yu and the other experts of the Heavenly Bandits continue to sit back and watch, then the people of the Heavenly Bandits will be scattered, and no experts will join them anymore. In the long run, the strength of the Heavenly Bandits will gradually be exhausted, and Shaoling Yu and the others will become generals without an army. I guess it's the Meng family's plan. They want to lure us out. Zhu Jin pulled Shaoling Yu to the side and said with a frown, we should have expected this. Although the Heaven-Smiting Bandit group is scattered, it is still very difficult for them to hide from the world. It is reasonable for the Meng family to be able to find us, Shaoling Yu said with a calm smile. Then how should we deal with it? We can't just watch them kill our people, right? Zhu Jin asked gloomily. Endure for a few more days. Wait until we reach the Chepo sect hall. Then we should have a solution. You should inform the scattered bandit groups to move closer to the Chepo sect's hall, Shaoling Yu said calmly. Even if the Meng family didn't send any profound demon stage experts, there should be many spirit demon stage experts, and maybe even late spirit demon stage experts. So Shaolin Yu didn't want to take the risk to fight them head-on. Great leader, don't tell me you kept that arrogant guy by your side for today, Zhu Jin said, as if he realized something. Oh, it may not be useful, but with him, we will be safer, Shaolin Yu said with a smile. First Master's thoughts are still more thorough, Zhu Jin praised. After a short rest, Shaolin Yu and the others continued to move forward. Along the way, the 4 leaders of the Heavenly Bandits were even more attentive to Lin Shi, which almost made the inexperienced Lin Shi proud. You also have a bandit group under your control? After Shaolin Yu inadvertently revealed a secret, Lin Shi asked with a little surprise. Shaolin Yu paused for a moment before asking worriedly. That's right. What's the matter? Will this affect our chances of joining the Devil Sect? Haha, of course not. As long as your aptitude is outstanding and you have my recommendation, joining our Chibo Devil Sect is a matter of course. Of course, if you have a bandit group strength, then you can be regarded as a third-rate force. If you join the Chepo Sect as a whole, it will be better than joining the Chepo Sect alone. Lin Shi shook his head with a smile. Bandits can also join a top sect? Song Ju asked with a look of disbelief. What's wrong with that? Many of the top sects have connections with powerful bandit groups. Gong He rubbed his nose as he spoke. Yes, you should have heard of the Divine Morning Bandit Group, right? Lin Shi nodded and asked. Shaolin Yu, Zhu Jin, and Song Ju shook their heads, while Gong He said, I have heard of it. It seems to be the most powerful bandit group on the Blood Moon continent. However, the Divine Morning Bandit Group's range of activities is no longer limited to the Blood Moon continent. They often go to other Devil World continents to plunder, and their targets are at least second-rate forces on the various continents. Based on this, even if the Divine Morning Bandit Group doesn't have a Devil Monarch expert, they must have a late profound demon expert. The Divine Morning Bandit Group has a deep relationship with our Chepo sect. However, they often go to other continents to plunder and offend many experts and first-rate sects on other continents. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, our Chepo sect doesn't cooperate much with them. If it wasn't for the current situation on the Blood Moon continent, our Chepo sect is in dire need of manpower, so we invited the Divine Morning Bandit Group back from outside. I'm afraid even I wouldn't know that we have such a deep relationship with them. Lin Shi said with a smile. A top sect that has been operating for many years and naturally has deep roots. Once they show their might, they will inevitably implicate many people. The Chepo sect was able to lead the Blood Moon continent for so many years. They must have a lot of hidden strength, and the Divine Morning Bandit Group was one of them. If the Chepo sect doesn't despise us for being weak, we are naturally willing to join the Devil Sect and seek protection, Shaolin Yu said with sincerity. As long as I'm here, there won't be any problems. Lin Shi was still very confident. It was as if he had a lot of authority in the Chepo sect. In reality, the Chepo sect was under a lot of pressure due to the recent turmoil. They needed a lot of helpers, and they needed to constantly expand their manpower. But I'm afraid that before we even reach the Chepo sect, we will be wiped out first. Zhu Jin timely interjected. Yeah, Shaolin Yu also sighed. Warehouse and Gong He's expressions were strange. Then, they realized that Zhu Jin and Shaolin Yu were putting on an act for Lin Shi. The two wanted to laugh in their hearts, but they forced themselves to put on a worried expression. What's wrong? Lin Shi asked very seriously. It's fine if you don't say it. Let's not go to the Chepo sect. We don't want to cause trouble for the Devil Sect. Zhu Jin shook his head. That's true. Shaolin Yu nodded in agreement. How can we do that? We already agreed on this before. It was their first time out, and they had already completed their mission. Moreover, they had also gathered a group of strong bandits for the sect. Lin Shi could already see his master's smile of approval, hear his master's praise, and hear his master's praise. But now, these people actually said that they didn't want to go to the Chepo sect. Lin Shi couldn't help but feel a little nervous. It's not that we don't want to join the Chepo sect. It's just that we caused too much trouble this time. We really don't want to cause trouble for the Devil Sect. Zhu Jin spread his hands and said, "What trouble? Just tell me. With me here, there won't be any problems." "Lin," she said as he patted his chest. It's like this. We offended the Meng family of Minjing City. They are a second-rate power, so we naturally couldn't resist them. That's why we were able to escape. We thought that we had already gotten rid of them, but we never thought that they would actually chase after us again. It's probably because we were delayed when we went to the Rainbow Demon Village." Zhu Jin paused as if he was hesitating, then explained. "Meng family? Could it be the Meng family that started the war this time?" Lin, she asked in astonishment. "That's right." Xiaoling Yu nodded and replied. "This Meng family is really hateful. A mere second-rate power dares to challenge my Chepo sect. They're really tired of living." Lin Shi's expression became gloomy as he continued. "In front of us is our Chepo sect's secret hall. As long as the Meng family dares to come, even a mysterious demon stage expert won't be able to leave alive. We haven't joined the Devil Sect yet. How can we trouble the Devil Sect's experts to help us solve this problem?" Zhu Jin said, as if he was in a difficult position. "You've already joined the Devil Sect. You can rest assured. Leave this matter to me, Lin Shi," said straightforwardly. Xiaoling Yu secretly smiled and didn't continue the act. Instead, he continued to follow Lin Shi to the Chepo sect's secret hall. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoling Yu and the others finally arrived at a large canyon under Lin Shi's lead. I should have brought you to see my martial uncle, but you haven't joined the sect yet. This is a secret hall, so, Brother Lin, you don't have to feel embarrassed. We just happen to want to see the robbers below." Xiaoling Yu didn't wait for Lin Shi to finish speaking and smiled. "Okay, I'll go pay a visit to my martial uncle first and tell him about your matter. You just wait for my news." After Lin Shi finished speaking, he threw himself into the canyon, and after a few flashes, he disappeared without a trace. Xiaoling Yu also didn't stay here for long and immediately flew away with Zhu Jin and the others. "Do you think that guy is reliable?" After leaving the canyon, Zhu Jin asked. "I don't think so. That guy is just a hothead who likes to brag and show off." Song Ju shook his head and replied, It doesn't matter if he's reliable or not. As long as we know that the Chepo sect's secret hall is here, it's enough." Xiaoling Yu smiled. "What does First Master mean?" Gong He asked, puzzled. Zhu Jin, "Send a message to the brothers below. If they are attacked again, tell them to escape to the canyon just now and make a big commotion." Xiaoling Yu didn't answer Gong He's question and instead instructed Zhu Jin. "Understood." Zhu Jin responded and took out his communication bead and began to send a message. After that, Xiaoling Yu and the others didn't go to meet up with the robbers. Instead, they stopped about 20,000 miles away from the canyon and waited quietly. It didn't take long for the brothers of the Heavenly Bandits to send a message saying that they were attacked again. They had already begun to escape to the canyon according to Zhu Jin's instructions. The Meng family wanted to lure Xiaoling Yu and the others out. Naturally, they wouldn't let the spirit demon stage or profound demon stage experts attack the robbers. They only used the true demon stage disciples. Among the scattered teams of the Heavenly Bandits, there were more or less some true demon stage cultivators who had just joined. They could fight with the Meng family cultivators, so the battle along the way was very fierce. Xiaoling Yu waited for a long time before he and Zhu Jin's group headed towards the canyon. Finally, they arrived at the same time as the brothers of the Heavenly Bandits who were escaping. Under the shroud of Xiaoling Yu's divine sense, he found that there were some changes in the canyon. Moreover, there were some cultivators hiding near the canyon. These cultivators were not from a Meng family. They were probably the security personnel of the Chepo sect. Less than half a day later, the Meng family's experts who had been chasing the Heaven-smiting bandit group leisurely arrived. What made these Meng family's experts surprised was that the Heaven-robbing bandit group, who had been chased by them until they had no way out, unexpectedly didn't continue to flee, but instead stopped in the sky above a large canyon, waiting for them to attack. Chapter 289. The battle between the experts of the Meng family and the Heaven-smiting bandit group quickly unfolded. The great battle erupted in the air above the canyon. Almost all of the heaven-smiting bandit group had gathered here. There were more than 3,000 of them, while the Meng family only had around 20 people. However, although the Meng family had fewer people, they were all experts. Not only they didn't suffer a loss, but they were also the main attacker. Xiao Lingyu and the other three just watched for a while, and then they also entered the battlefield. The billowing poisonous fog spewed out from Xiao Lingyu's body, and after a few minutes, it rushed to the side of more than 20 people. Not good, retreat. One of the Meng family's experts shouted, and then directly turned around and fled. Most of the Meng family's experts reacted very quickly. Before the poisonous fog arrived, they had already flown away. Only two Meng family's early true demon realm cultivators reacted a little slower, and then they were submerged in the poisonous fog, and then turned into drops of poisonous liquid. Among the 20 Meng family's experts, there was no spirit demon realm expert at this time, so they naturally couldn't resist Xiao Lingyu's attack. However, the real experts of the Meng family have been watching nearby. After they received the news, they didn't give Xiao Lingyu too much time to show his power. They already appeared on the battlefield and stood together with more than 20 Meng family's true demon realm cultivators. There were only 3 Meng family members who came to support, but all of them were at spirit demon realm. 2 of them were middle stage spirit demon, and the other one was early stage spirit demon. The one who was injured by a Xiao Lingyu last time was one of them. The 2 middle stage spirit demon realm cultivators surged their aura together, and a gust of wind blew from behind them. In just a few minutes, all the poisonous fog around them was dispelled. Zhu family's remnant quickly come out and die. A middle stage spirit demon realm cultivator shouted loudly, "May I ask who you all are? Why do you want to make life difficult for us, the heaven-smiting bandit group?" Xiao Lingyu stood out and asked loudly, "Honest people don't do underhanded things. We are from the Meng family of Menjing City. We came here to kill the remnants of the Zhu family. We don't want to touch irrelevant people. However, if you protect the enemies of my Meng family, then you will also be regarded as enemies by my Meng family." The middle stage spirit demon from the Meng family said firmly, as if he was trying to intimidate the 3,000-plus people of the heaven-smiting bandit group. His voice was extremely loud, and it shook the entire canyon. "Oomph." A cold snort suddenly rang out, and the river water in the Grand Canyon surged because of this cold snort. Meng family? When did the Meng family become so arrogant? An old man in a red robe appeared out of thin air above the canyon and said with a gloomy face, "Mysterious demon." The Meng family and Xiao Lingyu's heart suddenly tightened, but then Xiao Lingyu's mouth revealed a trace of a mischievous smile. "Senior, I don't know if this junior has offended you." The spirit demon expert of the Meng family, who was still arrogant just now, said respectfully at this time, "Are you really from the Meng family?" The old man asked in a deep voice. "Yes." The Meng family asked in confusion, "Since you are from the Meng family, why are you still so arrogant in front of my Chepo sect?" As soon as the old man finished speaking, his body flashed and appeared in the middle of the Meng family. Then he grabbed the neck of the spirit demon intermediate stage Meng family. This speed is really fast. Xiao Lingyu's eyelids twitched, and he was surprised in his heart. Although mysterious demon stage is only 1 level higher than spirit demon stage, but the gap between the two is too big. In front of a mysterious demon stage expert, a spirit demon stage expert simply has no power to resist. "You are from the Chepo sect?" Another spirit demon intermediate stage Meng family was shocked. "Yes." The old man responded, and at the same time he used his 5 fingers to break the neck of the Meng family member who shouted loudly before. His head floated in the air and then exploded. The body of the Meng family's demon infant flew out of his body and tried to escape in panic, but just as he moved, he was caught by the old man and then imprisoned in a jade bottle. What a ruthless method! Just when the old man was about to attack the rest of the Meng family members, a majestic and angry voice came from not far away. In the sky, a black rainbow flew at an extremely fast speed, and in just a moment, it already arrived in front of the Meng family members. The newcomer was dressed in a gray robe. He seemed to be middle-aged and appeared to be very calm. I was wondering why the Meng family is so arrogant. Even a mysterious demon stage expert is dispatched. The old man of the Chepo sect said coldly, "Our Meng family is not willing to be enemies with your Chepo sect on the battlefield. Now that we have withdrawn, do you still want to treat us as your enemy?" The middle-aged Meng family member asked, "Since you have already provoked a war, how can you just stop fighting? Don't think that just because you're hiding now, we can't do anything to you. Wait until the real experts come out. As long as you are still in the Blood Moon continent, don't think that you can safely pass through this calamity." The old man of the Chepo sect shook his head and indifferently said, "Those things, let's not talk about it here. I just want to ask, why are you protecting this bandit group?" The middle-aged Meng family member asked. "Haha, which eye of yours saw that my Chepo sect is protecting this bandit group?" The old man asked with a smile. "Since you are not protecting us, why did you attack and kill our experts?" The middle-aged Meng family member asked again. "Because this is my Chepo sect's territory. You Meng family members came here to behave atrociously, so I naturally have to teach you a lesson." The old man said in a reasonable manner, "Chepo sect is worthy of being a first-class sect. Even this place is your territory. Why don't you say that the entire Blood Moon continent is your territory?" The middle-aged Meng family member said in a strange tone, "If I say this place is, then this place is." The old man didn't explain and just said in a very unyielding manner, "Well, even if this is your territory, these bandits have already broken in. Why don't you kill them, but kill us instead?" The middle-aged Meng family member asked. "Haha, your question is really funny. Although you and them have broken in, but in the end, you are the one fighting against my Chepo sect. On the battlefield, your Meng family's experts are also fighting with us. Do I need any other reason to kill you?" The old man said with a laugh, "Umph, do you really think that you can kill us?" The middle-aged Meng family member's face turned red and said angrily, "If you don't believe me, you can try." The old man said without fear, "Since that is the case, then I will ask for advice from your distinguished self." The middle-aged Meng family member didn't seem to have a good temper. He felt that he couldn't gain any advantage with words, so he directly rushed over. Senior Meng Ming was a peerless genius. I don't know if his descendants are as powerful as him. Today, I will see it for myself. The old man of Chepo sect also went up to meet the middle-aged Meng Ming. Both of them didn't use any magic weapon. First, they used their palms to create a powerful shockwave, which pushed the cultivators in the sky away, and then both of them rose into the sky. The two spirit demon experts of the Meng family also joined the fight against the heaven-robbing bandit group. At this time, Lin Shi also flew up from the bottom of the canyon, followed by two spirit demon experts. "Brother Lin, why are you alone? Isn't this Chepo sect's secret hall? There should be a lot of spirit demon experts here." Xiaoling Yu asked puzzledly. "There were a lot of them, but recently they have been transferred to the battlefield. Only my martial uncle is here." Lin Shi first responded, then looked at the other party's strength and said, "They only have two spirit demon experts. We can still deal with them." Fortunately, the old man of Chepo sect killed a spirit demon middle-stage Meng family member. Although Meng family members still have an absolute advantage in the number of true demon experts, Xiaoling Yu and Lin Shi can easily defeat the two spirit demon experts of Meng family. Therefore, the battle ended quickly, except for the spirit demon middle-stage Meng family member who escaped by chance. All of them were killed in the sky above the canyon. After waiting for nearly 2 hours beside the canyon, Lin Shi suddenly took out his communication bead, then frowned and said, "Martial Uncle said that he was seriously injured and asked us to return to Devil's Sect. What about the spirit demon expert of Meng family?" Zhu Jin asked. "Martial Uncle did not say, but Martial Uncle is injured, and I estimate that Martial Uncle's injury is not light. Otherwise, he would have come back. I think that Meng family's mysterious devil stage expert has already been killed." Lin Shi confidently guessed. "Then what should we do?" Song Ju then asked, as if he was asking Lin Shi, but also as if he was asking Xiaoling Yu. "Your trouble has been solved, of course. You will continue to move with me to Devil's Sect's headquarters. Lin Shi said. Zhu Jin and the other two looked at Xiaoling Yu. Let everyone rest first, and then we will set off. Xiaoling Yu nodded and said. The reason why they want to rest is that Xiaoling Yu thinks that even if the spirit demon expert of Meng family is not dead, he will not dare to come back easily. After all, the other party doesn't know that the old man of Chepo sect has not returned. After resting for 2 days, the heavenly bandits set off again and moved toward the center of the Blood Moon mainland. The closer they are to the center of the Blood Moon mainland, the slower their speed. Such a large group is too big of a target, and it is easy to attract the attention of the big and small forces along the way. Now, the entire Blood Moon mainland is in a state of panic, and every bush and tree is an enemy. The heavenly bandits have been attacked repeatedly along the way, and the battles are endless. After thinking about it, Xiaoling Yu decided to let the heavenly bandits spread out again and develop on their own. Without the burden of the heavenly bandits, Xiaoling Yu and the others' speed increased a lot, and the number of battles they encountered also decreased a lot. But even so, Blood Moon City is still very far away. The Blood Moon mainland is just too big. On the way, Xiaoling Yu naturally didn't just rush. He also studied advanced magic spells and demonic infant splitting palm at the same time. After flying for more than 50 years, Xiaoling Yu and the others finally reached the edge of the central area of the Blood Moon mainland, and it will take them another 5 years to reach Blood Moon City. Chapter 290. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Blood Moon City was already in sight. Blood Moon City had a long history, and it was said that Blood Moon City was built by an ancient expert not long after the formation of the Blood Moon continent. For countless years, the world had changed. Many things had been submerged in the long river of history. However, Blood Moon City had always been standing tall and had never fallen. It was not because of how strong the walls of Blood Moon City were, nor was it because of how powerful the big forces were in charge of Blood Moon City, but because Blood Moon City had long been listed as a forbidden place by the top experts and big forces of the Devil World. The top experts of the Devil World were naturally Devil Lords, and the top forces of the Devil World certainly had many Devil Emperors. Even the Chepo sect did not dare to violate their ban. After all, any Devil Emperor could easily sweep across the entire Blood Moon continent. Although the Blood Moon continent was one of the more prosperous and rich continents of the Devil World, but the strongest experts there were only Devil Monarchs. Many cultivators would choose to live in Blood Moon City for a long time for peace or refuge, but the premise was that they must have enough wealth. One had to pay 10 low-grade Devil Stones to stay in Blood Moon City for a day. If one wanted to purchase a house in Blood Moon City for one's own residence and cultivation, then the amount of Devil Stones required was absolutely an astronomical figure for an ordinary cultivator. Blood Moon City had many large-scale magic arrays that could gather the power of demonic spirits. Moreover, Blood Moon City was located at the intersection of 2 high-grade magic stone veins. Therefore, the concentration of demonic spirits in Blood Moon City was far higher than outside. It was even more suitable for cultivation than the headquarters of some first-rate sects. While the top experts and big forces of the Devil World had issued a ban on fighting in Blood Moon City, they had also prohibited anyone or force from mining the or under Blood Moon City. Because Blood Moon City was incomparably safe, many big and small forces of the Blood Moon continent were willing to spend a huge amount of money to buy land or rent shops here, and also to obtain huge profits, and also to use it as a refuge. And the only interstellar transmission array in Blood Moon continent was built at the entrance of Blood Moon City. The Devil World was vast and boundless, and although there were countless continents, but the distance between the neighboring continents was very far, and the Devil World starry sky pressure was very high, and also very dangerous. Even Devil Monarchs did not dare to easily cross it. So the interstellar transmission array was almost the only way for cultivators of various continents to communicate with each other. After traveling for a few more days, the outline of the towering city wall of the Blood Moon City had already appeared, and it gradually became clear. The closer they got to Blood Moon City, the more Xiao Yu felt a heavy and ancient aura assault her face, and she actually had an inexplicable impulse to prostrate herself in worship. The strangest thing was that at night near Blood Moon City, the blood moon in the sky seemed to be larger than in other places. Moreover, the moonlight was even redder, which made people feel even colder. After carefully sensing it, Xiao Yu discovered that the blood-red moonlight emitted by the blood moon would actually transform into waves of formless waves that slowly converged within the Blood Moon City, causing this city that had existed since the primordial era to have a strange and mysterious air about it. The entire Blood Moon continent was in a state of turmoil. Killings were happening everywhere, but the vicinity of Blood Moon City had always been very quiet. No force dared to draw the flames of war here. Blood Moon City is worthy of being called the #1 city in the Blood Moon continent. Just this invisible aura that can be felt from afar gives people a very strong sense of oppression, and the other big cities simply can't compare. Looking at the city wall that was close to 1,000 feet away, which was completely made of special black stones, Xiao Yu could not help but praise. Haha, Blood Moon City is actually very ordinary. Except for the tall buildings, there is nothing special about it. Lin, she said with a smile, and from his tone, it seemed that he had been to Blood Moon City before. I wonder if Brother Lin is willing to follow us in a Blood Moon City for a stroll? Xiao Yu sincerely invited. Forget it. I've already been out for a while. If I don't go back to report, I'm afraid that Master will be anxious. Lin, she frowned and replied. Xiao Yu pretended to ponder for a moment, and then said, How about this? Brother Lin, go back to report first, and we will go into Blood Moon City for a walk, and then we will contact each other. Lin, she thought for a moment and nodded. That is also good. After all, you have a lot of people. Even if you rush to the Devil Sect now, it is impossible for all of you to enter the Devil Sect, and I also need to go back first to make some preparations for you to join the Devil Sect. After deciding on the plan, Lin, she said goodbye and left. Zhu Jin arranged the several thousand cultivators of the Heavenly Bandits to continue to scatter around Blood Moon City and not enter the city and not to rob again. But what Xiao Yu did not expect was that before the 4 of them entered Blood Moon City, Lin, she actually turned back. Brother Lin, why did you turn back? Xiao Yu asked in surprise. I just sent a message to Master. He told me not to go back first and to go to Blood Moon City to find someone. Lin, she said with a smile. Then we can enter the city together. Xiao Yu's expression did not change. Originally, Xiao Yu planned to separate from Lin Shi after this time, and not have any intersection in the future. After all, he did not really want to lead the Heavenly Bandits to join the Chepo sect. The reason why he wanted Lin Shi to accompany him was that Lin Shi's strength was quite strong, and secondly, he wanted to borrow Lin Shi's identity as a member of the Chepo sect. At least for now, with the help of Lin Shi, the Heavenly Bandits blocked the pursuit of the Meng family and smoothly arrived at Blood Moon City. In front of Blood Moon City's gate, there was a long queue, and the transmission array square was almost full of cultivators waiting to enter the city. Now that the Blood Moon continent was in turmoil, everywhere was not safe, which made many cultivators who needed to seek shelter aimed at Blood Moon City. As for the interstellar transmission array, it has been suspended, so the cultivators in the transmission array square must be waiting to enter the city. As long as they entered Blood Moon City, the cultivators did not have to worry about their own safety and did not have to care about how fierce the battle outside was. After waiting in line for 3 days, it was Xiao Yu's turn to enter the city. The several of them were now rich people, so they naturally did not lack devil stones. Xiao Yu even paid for everyone's yearly expenses, although now the expenses had increased by 10 times. Indeed, as Lin Shi said, in this Blood Moon City, except for the tall buildings, it was not much different from other cities in the Devil Realm. Moreover, the streets and alleys of Blood Moon City were very crowded. However, the expression of the cultivators in Blood Moon City was obviously very relaxed, not as tense and serious as they were outside. Brother Lin, we will take a look around, so you don't have to be your guide. It's more important for you to find someone. After walking around Blood Moon City for half a day, Xiao Lingyu suggested, finding someone can't be rushed, because I only know that she came to Blood Moon City, but I don't know her specific location, so we can only rely on luck. Lin Shi first responded with a wry smile, then pointed to a nearby restaurant and said, the last time I came, I sat in this restaurant. Not only is the environment good, but the food is also delicious. We have been in a hurry for a long time, so why don't I invite everyone in to have a taste? Xiao Lingyu politely said, how can I let Brother Lin be so courteous? Let me invite you. Lin Shi said, how can that be? Although we have not yet arrived at the Devil's Sect, we are not far from it. I can barely be considered as the host. You have traveled a long way, so I should be the one to treat you. While talking, Lin Shi had already stepped into this restaurant with 3 floors. Although there were hundreds of seats in the hall on the first floor, it was already overcrowded. Lin Shi glanced at it and slightly frowned, then went up to the second floor. The second floor was also full. Whether it was the private rooms or the window seats, they were all occupied. Lin Shi could only go up to the third floor. However, at the staircase from the second floor to the third floor, there was a beautiful woman blocking Lin Shi's way. She smiled sweetly and said, dear guests, the third floor is a high-end place. The minimum cost for each seat is not less than 10 top-grade magic stones. Moreover, these magic stones need to be paid in advance. 10 top-grade magic stones. Although Lin Shi came from a top sect, when he heard this price, he was a little stunned. 10 top-grade magic stones were equivalent to 1,000 high-grade magic stones and 100,000 mid-grade magic stones. Lin Shi really could not bear to spend so much just to eat and drink. Dear guests, if you do not have so many magic stones on you, you can wait on the first or second floor. There will be empty seats in a while. The beautiful woman said tactfully. Although Xiao Lingyu had a lot of magic stones on him, Lin Shi had insisted on treating him. If he took out magic stones now, he would lose face for Lin Shi, so he could only remain silent. Wait, or we can change to another restaurant. Song Ju interjected. Are you guys on the third floor or not? If not, hurry up and get out of the way. 3 cultivators also came close and shouted impatiently. Xiao Lingyu and the others looked at the source of the sound. Lin Shi's expression was a bit ugly. He had always been proud. How could he be so embarrassed? What are you looking at? Don't stand there if you don't have magic stones. One of them said with some contempt. 2 of the 3 people were at Spirit Demon stage, and the other was at True Demon late stage, but they all looked very young, as if they were from an extraordinary background like Lin Shi. Now the situation in the Blood Moon continent was very tense. Many big forces chose to send their elite disciples to the Blood Moon City to temporarily hide in a safe place. Do you have a lot of magic stones? Lin Shi could not help but ask. Anyway, more than you. At least we don't have to hesitate to go to the third floor. The man seemed to be full of confidence. You have magic stones, we don't? Lin Shi was provoked. He immediately took out a storage bag and handed it to the beautiful woman, but although his action was elegant, his expression could not hide the pain. After checking the number of magic stones, the beautiful woman stepped aside, and Xiao Lingyu and the others went up the stairs. Chapter 291. These guys seem to be against us. Zhu Jin pursed his lips and said, who cares about them? We'll just eat and drink, Xiao Lingyu said nonchalantly. What would you like to order? A waiter walked up to them and asked while wiping the table. At this moment, a picture suddenly appeared on the table that the waiter had just wiped. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that it was a menu. What surprised Xiao Lingyu and the rest was that the dishes on the menu were all very expensive. The cheapest one cost 80 high-grade magic stones. Lin Shi secretly regretted it, but he pretended to be calm. He ordered 4 dishes, a soup, and a pot of wine. The total price was exactly 10 supreme-grade magic stones. After the waiter noted it down, he went to the table next to them. Did you see that? I told you that they were puffing themselves up at their own cost. Look, we can only pay the lowest price. Huh? One of the people at the table next to them first mocked them. Then he very straightforwardly ordered nearly 50 supreme-grade magic stones worth of wine and dishes. He even looked at Xiaoling Yu and the rest provocatively. Xiaoling Yu did not take this kind of meaningless provocation to heart at all. Moreover, she did not even look at them. However, Lin Shi, who was treating today, was embarrassed. Moreover, people like him who did not take others seriously usually could not stand being provoked like this. "Waiter, come here." Lin Shi gritted his teeth and waved to the waiter. Then, he said, "We ordered a little too little just now. Let's make up for it." The waiter naturally served them with a smile. Lin Shi seemed to be generous and ordered another 50 supreme-grade magic stones worth of wine and dishes. Only he knew in his heart that all the magic stones in his storage magic treasure were only worth this meal. Xiaoling Yu laughed in her heart. She felt that this Lin Shi was the kind of person who would rather suffer than lose face. "There are only 5 of us. What we ordered just now is enough," Song Ju said with a frown. Anyone with some experience would not be provoked easily. In such a situation, most people would choose to ignore it directly. "It's okay. It's not like we can't eat," Lin Shi replied indifferently. "Haha, look, we were just talking about how they are puffing themselves up at their own cost, and now they're doing it again." One of the 3 men sneered and then called out, "Waiter, give us another portion of what we ordered just now." "All right." The waiter's face was full of smiles. He didn't leave after responding. Instead, he glanced at Lin Shi, as if waiting for Lin Shi to add more dishes. Lin Shi's face was already gloomy to the extreme. If it were not for the prohibition of fighting in Blood Moon City, he would have already rushed up. It was just that he was indeed embarrassingly short of money. Even if Lin Shi wanted to fight, he didn't have enough capital. "Waiter, do you have the Roman Dragons chant here too?" Xiaoling Yu suddenly asked. The waiter, who had been staring at Lin Shi, shifted his gaze and said with a smile, "Our shop's Roaming Dragons chant is the most authentic. Be it the wine's strength or the special effects it contains, it is not something the Roaming Dragons chant outside can compare to." "Then give me 2 pots to try," Xiaoling Yu said calmly. "May I know what grade would you like?" The waiter's eyes lit up as he stepped forward and asked. Even the worst Roaming Dragons chant cost 10 top-grade magic stones per pot. Xiaoling Yu said without thinking, "The best kind. Even if we can afford it, we can't afford it. Let's have a mid-grade one." Indeed, there was a note on the menu that one had to be at least in the early stage of the mystical demon realm to drink the high-grade Roaming Dragons chant. It wasn't something Xiaoling Yu and the rest could afford. "All right, give me 2 more pots of the mid-grade Roaming Dragons chant." The waiter's voice was getting louder and louder. 2 pots of the mid-grade Roaming Dragons chant cost 100 top-grade magic stones. Zhu Jin and the other 2 didn't change their expressions, but Lin Shi was a little troubled. He wasn't a stupid person. He naturally guessed that since Xiaoling Yu added more dishes, she would definitely help pay the bill. Moreover, she was obviously helping him. Although he understood, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. "I heard that Roaming Dragons chant is really good. Since we have 3 people, then give us 3 pots." The waiter also shouted. Xiaoling Yu also didn't add more dishes, and the waiter also didn't challenge them. After a cup of tea's time, the dishes were ready, and everyone began to eat and drink. Probably because the dishes were too expensive, everyone's eating speed was not fast. Maybe because the dispute just now had ruined the atmosphere, so everyone didn't talk much while eating and drinking. Look at them. They are reluctant to eat, huh? They ordered the Roaming Dragons chant, not because they are reluctant to drink it, but because they don't dare to drink it. The other 3 people began to provoke them again, but they were eating and drinking happily. "Don't pay attention to them. We will drink our own." "Gong," he said while raising his glass. Xiaoling Yu nodded, and Lin Shi suppressed his anger and didn't say anything. Who would have thought that after 3 rounds of drinking, a spirit demon cultivator came over with a pot of wine? "Everyone, it is fate that we meet. Let me give you a toast." The waiter said and drank a cup. Xiaoling Yu and the others just glanced at him and ignored him, but Lin Shi raised his glass and drank. Xiaoling Yu could actually guess that this guy was here to compete in drinking. "Brother, you are so brave. I will give you another toast." The waiter poured himself a cup and drank it again. Both sides were at the spirit demon stage, so Lin Shi naturally was not afraid, and he also wanted to take the opportunity to vent his anger. Next, the two drank 10 cups in a row, but the waiter still didn't want to retreat, and the other two people joined in later. Lin Shi was still drinking with the person who came before. The other two naturally went to find Xiao Lingyu and the other three. The wine contained in this roaming dragon's chant was easy to digest, but the energy in it was not something that a true demon stage cultivator could absorb without limit. The other parties seemed to be drinking, but in fact, it was a competition of cultivation. Whoever's cultivation was not enough will naturally be the first to drink. Zhu Jin's cultivation was too weak, so naturally, he wouldn't participate in the drinking competition. Under Xiao Lingyu's gaze, Cangzhu and Gong, he went to deal with the opposite side's late true demon cultivator, while Xiao Lingyu smiled and dealt with the opposite side's spirit demon cultivator. Soon, the wine in the pot of both sides was all drunk. "Give us 3 more pots," one of the waiters shouted. "Let's also have 3 pots," Xiao Lingyu said without changing his expression. In fact, until now, only Xiao Lingyu was not affected by the wine. The others were a little bit unstable, and their faces were a little red. Xiao Lingyu himself was not far from the spirit demon stage, so he didn't suffer any disadvantage in terms of cultivation level. Moreover, his chaos magical power was more advanced than the demonic spiritual power in the roaming dragon chant, so he could use his chaos magical power to wrap the demonic spiritual power in the wine without needing to suppress or refine it immediately. In fact, if 3 more pots were to be drunk, it was estimated that except for Xiao Lingyu, everyone would have to crawl down. As they drank, they gradually couldn't hold on, and their bodies were already shaking, and their eyes were gradually blurred. The other 3 people saw that they couldn't take advantage of the situation, so they all went back to their seats. Xiao Lingyu first silently helped the people on his side to suppress the wine, then walked to the table of the other 3 people with a pot of wine. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. This time, the 3 of you gave me a toast. If I don't return the favor, it would be too disrespectful. Xiao Lingyu first said a few words, then raised his glass and said, "Come, let me toast the 3 of you." The 3 people's faces were a little complicated at first, but when they saw that only Xiao Lingyu came over, they felt a little relieved. And now that the 3 people were drunk, it was difficult to not drink. After all, people who are about to get drunk don't think that they are drunk, they think that they can still drink. After a few more cups, the other true demon late-stage cultivator has already crawled on the table and knocked over a plate of food. The oil stains flowed down his cheeks, causing the guests at the other tables to laugh. The other 2 spirit demon stage cultivators realized that there was a problem at this time. Although the person who came was only in the true demon stage, it seems that they can drink as much as they want, and they won't get drunk at all. "We have drunk enough today. Why don't we find another opportunity to drink later?" One of the other spirit demon stage cultivators said timidly. "Oh, no, just now this brother said that it is fate that we meet. Since it is fate, naturally we should drink to our heart's content." Xiao Lingyu shook his head again and said with a smile, "Besides, we just ordered 3 pots of wine. Of course we have to drink it. Otherwise people will think that we are reluctant to drink it. Don't the 2 of you think so?" The other 2 could understand the meaning of Xiao Lingyu's words, and secretly regretted saying those provocative words just now. "Well, since you are so interested, we will accompany you. There is only half a pot of wine left." The 2 of them thought that if they drank half a pot of wine, they should be fine. Maybe the other party will be fine. So they agreed. In less than 10 breaths, all the wine has been drunk. Although the 2 spirit demon stage cultivators were still holding on, their cultivation was a little chaotic, and their momentum was uncontrollable. Xiao Lingyu smiled and returned to his seat. Although the other 3 people were arrogant, after all, they didn't have a deep hatred with them. Xiao Lingyu just wanted to punish them a little, nothing else. "Brother Mao, brother, you're all here, huh? How did Brother Wei become like this? You 2 must have joined hands to drink him." As soon as Xiao Lingyu returned to his seat, he saw a man and a woman coming downstairs. The man walked in front of the 3 people who just drank with Xiao Lingyu and seemed to be familiar with them. "Brother Yin, You came at the right time. We were bullied by them. A spirit demon stage cultivator pointed to Shaoling Yu and said with a confused tone. Chapter 292. The cultivator, surnamed Mao, angrily said, "They used the fact that we were fated to meet them and decided to have a drinking contest with the three of us. Brother Wei was forced to drink by them." "Oh, is that true?" The cultivator, surnamed Yin, narrowed his eyes as he looked at Shaoling Yu and the others. He was astonished. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they only had one early-stage spirit demon cultivator and a child who looked to be about 10 years old. How could they have such a high tolerance for alcohol? After taking a closer look, the cultivator, surnamed Yin, was even more puzzled. Although 4 of the 5 were adjusting their breathing with their eyes closed, suppressing and refining the alcohol, they didn't look drunk at all. Their complexions also didn't change. In particular, the true demon cultivator looked as if he hadn't drunk at all. The cultivator, surnamed Yin, glanced at them and said with a smile, "Ha, Brother Mao, now that we have 5 people, why don't we have a few more cups with them?" When the cultivator, surnamed Mao, heard that they still wanted to drink, his heart trembled. At the same time, he glanced at Shaoling Yu and saw Shaoling Yu smiling at him. He suddenly felt the alcohol rush through his head and his mind become a bit muddled. However, reinforcements had arrived, and he couldn't lose face in front of reinforcements. Cultivator Mao steeled his heart and said, "Yes, it's fair if we drink now. Waiter, bring 4 jugs of mid-grade roaming dragon song." The cultivator, surnamed Yin, shouted and slowly walked to the table where Shaoling Yu and the others were seated. Just as he walked to the table, the waiter brought 4 jugs of alcohol and placed them on the table. "Fellow Taoists, I'm late. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups. With that, the cultivator, surnamed Yin, downed 3 cups in succession, but his aura didn't change at all. Shaoling Yu could tell that the Yin cultivator's cultivation level was much higher than the Mao cultivator's. He was already at the mid-stage spirit fiend realm. He should be able to drink 2 pots of the mid-stage roaming dragon roar without getting drunk. The cultivator, surnamed Yin, poured another cup and said, "Come, let me toast you all." However, Shaoling Yu did not raise her glass. She only glanced at the other party and continued to put food into her mouth. She had no intention of responding at all. After the cultivator, surnamed Yin, finished his 4th cup, he saw that Shaoling Yu wasn't moving and Zhu Jin and the other 3 didn't have any intention of opening their eyes. His expression was a bit awkward as he said, "Everyone, please give me some face." Shaoling Yu continued to ignore him and had no intention of raising her glass. The corner of the cultivator, surnamed Yin's mouth twitched as he coldly said, "Could it be that you all look down on me?" The other guests on the 3rd floor all looked over with expectant looks. "We've had too much to drink today. If you want to drink more, you can come another day," Shaoling Yu replied calmly. "The banquet is not over yet. Everyone is still at the table. What's the harm in drinking a few more cups?" The cultivator, surnamed Yin, paused for a moment before continuing, "Furthermore, you were bullying 3 people with 5. It was very unfair." Shaoling Yu smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists here can testify that your 3 friends deliberately came to drink. They wanted to use their advantage in cultivation to get us drunk. However, their alcohol tolerance was too low and they weren't able to do as they wished. Since Brother has already accepted their challenge and isn't drunk in the slightest, wouldn't it be fine for you to drink a few more cups with me?" The cultivator, surnamed Yin, was unwilling to give up. Shaoling Yu shook her head and said with a smile, "Hee, it's not like we have to drink with you just because you want to. It all depends on our mood. I think you don't dare." Although the cultivator, surnamed Yin, was angry, he could only suppress his anger. At this moment, the woman who came with the cultivator, surnamed Yin, arrived and said, "Yin Hao, you were boasting to me about how powerful you were and how great your reputation was. I didn't think you would be defeated so quickly." The cultivator, surnamed Yin's originally calm expression had long since disappeared. When he heard the woman's words, his expression became extremely gloomy. Drinking wine is originally a form of entertainment when one has nothing to do. It's really not worth it to show off one's courage because of personal feelings. I advise the two of you to invite your 3 friends back to rest. If they don't go into seclusion to refine the wine, I'm afraid they'll suffer a lot. Shaoling Yu calmly replied. The 3 cultivators should quickly return to rest. Otherwise, the wine might tear apart their meridians and corrode their flesh. After all, they didn't have bodies as strong as Shaoling Yu's. The cultivator, surnamed Yin, forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and calmly said, They are not ordinary people. This bit of wine won't affect them too much. I've already drunk 4 cups. I hope you will give me some face. Shaoling Yu asked with a smile. We're not friends, and we've never even met before. Why should I give you face? The woman happily laughed. Although her laughter was pleasant to hear and sounded like the chirping of an oriole, it sounded like mockery in the cultivator, surnamed Yin's ears. Shaoling Yu twirled her cup and said, However, if you insist on fighting, then there's no harm in us doing so. However, I don't have the slightest friendship with you, so I can't drink with you for free. Oh, from what you've said, you want to make a bet? The cultivator, surnamed Yin, curiously asked. Shaoling Yu calmly said, Of course. Otherwise, what's the point of drinking wine? Drinking too much will only fill one's stomach. Good. Then let's make a bet. What would you like to bet? The cultivator, surnamed Yin, seemed to be full of confidence. Shaoling Yu replied, I heard the 3 of them say that we're poor. How about we bet some devil stones? Then how much? The cultivator, surnamed Yin, asked again. Shaoling Yu calmly said, If we bet too much, then we won't be able to take it out. If we bet too little, then we'll bet 3,000 devil stones. 3,000 devil stones. The cultivator, surnamed Yin, was a little surprised. 3,000 devil stones were equivalent to 30 devil crystals. This was not a small number for any spirit demon stage cultivator, even for a cultivator like the cultivator, surnamed Yin, who was born in a rich family. Too little? That's right. 3,000 devil stones is indeed too little for all of you. How about we add some more? Shaoling Yu said with a strange tone. No. The cultivator, surnamed Yin, hurriedly replied, and then glanced at the 3 cultivators, surnamed Mao. The cultivator, surnamed Mao, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded heavily at the cultivator, surnamed Yin. His meaning was self-evident. Good, we'll do as you say. We'll bet 3,000 devil stones. Although the cultivator, surnamed Yin, agreed readily, after Shaoling Yu threw the 30 devil crystals on the table, he had no choice but to look for the 3 cultivators, surnamed Mao, to gather the devil stones. Fortunately, they had enough devil stones to gather 3,000 devil stones. Otherwise, they would have lost a lot of face today. They were the ones who mocked others for being poor. If they didn't take out as many devil stones as the poor, then they would have undoubtedly slapped themselves in the face. Drinking 1 cup at a time is really boring. How about this? Let's drink 2 jugs each. How about it? Seeing that the other party had already placed the bet on the table, Shaoling Yu held a jug of wine and suggested with a smile. Although this is only an intermediate roaming dragon's roar, its alcohol content is extraordinary. Even a late-stage spirit demon expert wouldn't dare to drink the entire jug. Are you sure you want to drink it this way? The cultivator, surnamed Yin, asked with a frown. Why are you so wishy-washy? Since he said so, he'll definitely drink it this way. If you don't dare, just admit defeat and leave, the woman said impatiently. Good. Since you're so generous, I'll naturally accompany you to the end. The cultivator, surnamed Yin, also picked up his jug and said readily. Come, let's drink. Shaoling Yu used her own jug to lightly touch the other party's jug, and then placed the jug spout in her mouth. Gulp, gulp, Shaoling Yu's Adam's apple bobbed. In just 5 breaths, the entire jug of intermediate roaming dragon's roar had entered her stomach without leaving a single drop behind. Good wine. Shaoling Yu wiped the wine stains from the corner of her mouth and exhaled a mouthful of alcohol as if she was carefree. The cultivator, surnamed Yin's eyelids twitched. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the jug of wine in his hand was heavy and he was having trouble holding it. Xiao Yu tactfully urged, "This wine tastes really good, especially after drinking it in one gulp. Brother, you should quickly give it a try." The cultivators on the third floor all admired Xiao Yu in their hearts and stared at the cultivator surnamed Dean. They didn't dare to dawdle and immediately began to drink. However, the cultivator surnamed Een took a full 20 breaths to put down the jug of wine. Moreover, he staggered back a step and his face gradually flushed red. "How is the taste?" Xiao Yu asked with a smile. "It's not bad, it's not bad." The cultivator surnamed Een forcefully suppressed the churning in his stomach and echoed, "Then let's have another jug." Xiao Yu didn't wait for the cultivator surnamed Een to reply and downed another jug of roaming dragon's roar in 5 breaths. Her expression didn't change at all. At this moment, the cultivator surnamed Een was filled with regret. Even after downing 2 jugs of mid-grade roaming dragon's roar, he didn't show the slightest hint of drunkenness. It was no wonder he dared to make a bet with him. However, the other party wasn't willing to drink at the start, and he was the one who forced him to drink. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for trying to take the initiative. The woman urged, "Hurry up. He's already been drinking for half a day. What are you waiting for?" Xiao Yu could see that the woman wasn't on the same side as the cultivator surnamed Een. She was waiting for him to make a fool of himself. The cultivator surnamed Een was also forced into a corner and could only slowly drink from the wine jug. Looking at the way the cultivator surnamed Een drank, it looked like he was drinking poison. This time, it took a full 30 breaths of time. However, when he put down the jug, he bent over and spat out a mouthful of wine. Xiao Yu pursed her lips and shook her head. "What a pity, what a pity." The woman spoke with a disappointed expression. "Hi, you came to find me. How come you're already at your limit?" The woman beckoned to the 3 cultivators surnamed Mao and said, "You 3, come and help." Chapter 293. The wine is too strong. I couldn't suppress it for a while. I'm sorry for making you laugh. Een stood up straight. His eyes were already covered with a layer of mist, but his words were still clear. "Haha, it's okay. When you leave later, you can pay for this table of wine and dishes. After all, we haven't eaten much of these delicacies yet." Xiao Yu first responded with a smile, and then said, "Would you like to have 2 more pots?" Een was a little scared, even if the wine was in front of him and the beauty was waiting for him to show off his masculinity. He also felt that he had never lacked courage, but at this time, it seemed to have disappeared. "If you don't want to drink anymore, then these magic stones all belong to me." Xiao Yu pointed to the 2 storage bags on the table and maintained a harmless look. "If you agree to bet, you have to accept defeat. I can't drink as much as you, so these magic stones naturally belong to you," Een said very straightforwardly. At this time, Een just wanted to leave quickly and then find a place to meditate. Although he was also very distressed about his magic stones, he was even more distressed about his body. Under the slightly disdainful gazes of the guests, Een and the others supported each other down to the 3rd floor. However, when they reached the staircase, the woman looked at Xiao Yu and naughtily stuck out her small tongue at him, which was extremely lovable. "Well, everyone is gone. Do you still want to continue to play dead?" Xiao Yu knocked on the table and said with a smile. Zhu Jin and others immediately stretched their arms, as if they just woke up from a dream. "First Master, your alcohol tolerance is really amazing," Song Ju praised. "It's not that I'm too good, it's that they are too weak." Xiao Yu shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be difficult for Xiao Yu to drink 3 spirit demon stage and 1 late true demon stage. After all, there's no late spirit demon stage among them. But we have offended these people, so we have to be careful in Blood Moon City." "Lin," she said with worry, "why should we be careful? Could it be that they still dare to retaliate against us in this Blood Moon City?" Gong Yi said indifferently, "If they were outsiders like us, then it would be fine. But if they were originally from the Blood Moon City's rich and powerful families, then it would be different. Although fighting is prohibited in Blood Moon City, but if a mysterious devil stage expert comes looking for us, he can instantly subdue us or even make us disappear. That rule of prohibiting fighting would be useless. Zhu Jin shook his head and said, it was true that fighting was prohibited, but if the other party could kill you without a fight, the city guards wouldn't even know how you died. So how could they arrest the murderer? If you didn't fight with them, how would we have offended them? Song Ju said unhappily. Now that we're done eating and drinking, we can get down to business. Xiaoling Yu smiled, stood up, and walked downstairs. After paying the bill and exiting the restaurant, Xiaoling Yu walked towards the center of the city. It was impossible to increase one's speed in the city, and Blood Moon City was vast. So Xiaoling Yu and the others took almost an entire day to reach the center of the city. In the center of Blood Moon City, there was a square that was no less than 10,000 feet in length. There were no buildings in the square, only countless bluestone slabs and a crowd of cultivators. The square was surrounded by tall and magnificent buildings. Among them, there was a 300-foot-tall, 5-story stone building. It was the Bounty Hunter Organization's branch in the Blood Moon continent. Brother Xiao, could it be that you're also a bounty hunter? Following Xiaoling Yu all the way to the entrance of the branch, Lin Shi asked in astonishment. No, it's just that I've posted missions here before. Xiaoling Yu vaguely replied, then entered the Bounty Hunter Organization's branch. The first floor of the branch was a large hall. There were many people inside, especially under the four walls. Everyone was almost shoulder to shoulder. On the wall, there was a constantly changing light screen, and on the light screen, there were lines of small words. Those small words were the missions posted by the branch for the bounty hunters to choose from. Xiaoling Yu didn't look at those missions, but went in front of a long counter in the depths of the hall. Is there anything I can help you with? A delicate and pretty woman behind the counter calmly asked. I'm the one who posted the mission number XIN Cho 952736. I'm here to collect the mission item. Xiaoling Yu calmly replied. Please wait a moment. The woman rummaged under the counter for a while, but didn't take out the mission item. Instead, she took out a communication pearl and sent out a message. After that, Xiaoling Yu felt his communication pearl vibrate in his storage magic treasure. He took it out and immersed his consciousness into it. After a while, he said, the password is the wind rises. The woman nodded and threw a jade tablet to Xiaoling Yu, saying, go to the second floor and collect the item in Xian Chao's room. Xiaoling Yu took the jade tablet and went up to the second floor. Zhu Jin and the others wanted to follow him up, but Gong He stopped them. We can't go up to the second floor without the tablet. Xiaoling Yu went up to the second floor alone and saw a long corridor with rooms on both sides. In the middle of the corridor, Xiaoling Yu found Xian Chao's room and knocked on the door. Unfortunately, after a while, no one came to open the door for him. After staring at the door carefully for a while, Xiaoling Yu finally understood. Thus, he took out the tablet he received earlier and put it in a square groove. Creak! The door opened automatically. Xian Chao's room wasn't small, but it was occupied by long counters. Xiaoling Yu had just entered when an old man in a long robe came up to him and said, follow me. At one of the counters, the old man took out a storage bag for Xiaoling Yu and handed it to Xiaoling Yu. He said, all the mission items are in here. Please check them. Xiaoling Yu's consciousness sank into the storage bag. After checking it, he nodded and said, not bad. It's all ready. After going down to the second floor, Xiaoling Yu saw that there were two more people besides Zhu Jin and the others. The two people were a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was pure and lovely. They looked like a match made in heaven. Lin Shi was talking to the man and woman, but he looked a little unhappy. Xiaoling Yu walked up. Gong Yi asked, boss, have you got the items? Xiaoling Yu nodded and said, these two are. She's the person I'm looking for. She's my senior, Zhu Jin said as he pointed at the woman. This is Sha Gongzi, the woman said. Xiaoling Yu smiled and nodded as a greeting to the two people. Then he said, since the matter is settled, we should leave the city. Don't be in a hurry to leave the city. There's an event in Blood Moon City right now, and it's an opportunity for me. It won't be too late to leave the city after we participate in this event, Lin Shi said as he shook his head. What event? Xiaoling Yu asked curiously. Blood Moon Tower will be open soon. We can sign up for the competition. With our strength, it shouldn't be a problem for us to enter the top 100, Lin Shi explained. What's Blood Moon Tower? Xiaoling Yu asked again. Blood Moon Tower is a 7-story tower. It's located in the southeast corner of Blood Moon City. It's said that it's the most ideal place for cultivation in the entire Blood Moon land. The higher you go, the more abundant and advanced the energy is. Naturally, it's more suitable for cultivators of higher realms to cultivate. In the past, when Blood Moon Tower was opened, 90% of the cultivators who could cultivate in it for a period of time would make great progress in their cultivation, Sha Gongzi explained. Haha, since there's such an opportunity, of course, we should give it a try, Xiaoling Yu replied with a smile. Now that he had all the materials he needed to break through to the chaotic void refining stage, he only needed an ideal place to cultivate. With a good place to cultivate, he could also increase the success rate of breaking through to the chaotic void refining stage. When Blood Moon Tower is opened, according to the usual practice, only 100 people can enter each floor. However, there are many people who sign up every time. Therefore, it's necessary to determine who is qualified to enter through a competition, Lin Shi said. Then, is there still an initial stage, an intermediate stage, and a late stage for each stage? Xiaoling Yu asked again. No. The 3 stages of each stage, from the initial stage to the peak of the late stage, will all compete together, Sha Gongzi said as he shook his head. Then, won't the cultivators at the peak of the late stage have an advantage? How can the cultivators at the initial stage have a chance? Xiaoling Yu frowned. It's not absolutely safe inside Blood Moon Tower. Without enough strength, it's difficult to maximize the effects of cultivation. Moreover, it's possible to die inside. Moreover, only the cultivators at the peak of the late stage can have a greater chance of breaking through. For example, it's difficult for an initial stage spirit demon to break through to the mystic demon stage. However, a cultivator at the peak of the late stage spirit demon can easily break through to the mystic demon stage, Sha Gongzi replied with a smile. That's true. Xiaoling Yu nodded and continued to ask, when will the competition begin? Do we need to sign up? Of course. The registration will be closed in 3 days. The competition will be held in the square in front of us 3 days later, Sha Gongzi said. If we weren't waiting for the big boss, we would have already signed up, Zhu Jin interrupted. Then, without wasting any more time, Xiaoling Yu and the others left the bounty hunter branch. Under Sha Gongzi's lead, they walked to the opposite side of the square. Opposite the bounty hunter branch was the City Lord Mansion of Blood Moon City. Although there weren't many tall buildings in the City Lord Mansion, it occupied a large area. Moreover, there was a courtyard wall that was at least 10 feet tall and of unknown thickness. At the entrance of the City Lord Mansion, there was a long queue of people. These people were all queuing up to sign up for the competition. Every queue was very long, and the registration speed was not very fast. In addition, more and more cultivators came after hearing the news. Therefore, the queue was getting longer and longer. How long will it be until it's our turn? Lin Shi asked with a frown as soon as he arrived. We're here now. It'll probably take at least 2 days before it's our turn, Xiaoling Yu said with narrowed eyes. It seems like someone is cutting the queue, Song Ju said as he pointed to the front. Chapter 294. There was no such thing as fairness in the Devil Realm. The rules were only for those who were not strong or had no background. For example, many cultivators were obediently waiting in line to register for the competition this time. However, from time to time, someone would cut in line to register. Although many people were not convinced, they could only watch as the other cultivators left after registering. The line was too long. If they did not cut in line, Xiaoling Yu and the others would need at least 2 days before it was their turn. Therefore, everyone was very happy when the Sha Gongzi said that they could cut in line. Why cut in line? We'll wait here. 3 days is enough. Only Lin, she had the opposite opinion. If we can save some time, why do we have to stand in line like idiots? Zhu Jin asked in confusion. Haha, he's jealous that others don't have to wait in line, the woman said with a smile. He's not jealous. He's disdainful, Lin, she said stubbornly. Xiaoling Yu could tell that Lin, she seemed to like his senior sister a lot, and his senior sister seemed to like the Sha Gongzi a little. Therefore, Xiaoling Yu felt that Lin, she was not jealous or disdainful. He was just jealous. If you're disdainful, then forget it. You can wait here by yourself. After saying that, the woman walked forward. Xiaoling Yu thought for a moment and walked to the front of the line. He would not refuse someone who was willing to help him unconditionally and save him some time. Zhu Jin and the others naturally followed Xiaoling Yu. Lin, she was a proud person. Since he said that he was disdainful of cutting in line, he would definitely not follow. Sometimes, pride could easily turn into stubbornness. At the end of the line, there was a long wooden table. 6 cultivators dressed in gray robes sat behind the wooden table, unhurriedly receiving the applicants. Sha Gongzi, what brings you here today? One of the cultivators behind the long table stood up and greeted him with a smile. Haha, I'm helping a few friends sign up, the Sha Gongzi said with a smile. I see. Then, does Sha Gongzi have any special arrangements? The cultivator asked pointedly. It's all up to you, Lord Deacon, the Sha Gongzi said vaguely. The cultivator nodded and opened his palm, revealing several jade slips that were 1/2 inch wide and 1 foot long. These numbers are not bad. The cultivator handed the jade slips to Sha Gongzi. Thank you. Master Sha saluted with his fists and led everyone away. When they reached the end of the line, Mr. Sha handed the jade slip to the woman and said, as long as you put a drop of your soul into it, this jade slip will take effect. With this jade slip, you will be able to participate in the competition. Thank you, young Master Sha. The woman smiled sweetly and gave Xiaoling Yu and the others a jade slip each. It's nothing. You don't have to thank me, Sha Gongzi said casually. Xiaoling Yu and the others immediately dripped their blood essence into the jade slips. A moment later, several lines appeared on the jade slips. When an Earth Demon Stage cultivator dripped his blood essence into the jade slip, only 1 bar would appear on the jade slip. Heavenly Demon Stage cultivators would have 2 bars, and Demon King Stage cultivators would have 3 bars. Spirit Demon Stage cultivators would have 5 bars, and Mystical Demon Stage cultivators would have 6 bars. There must be some restrictions in the jade slips that could test a cultivator's cultivation based on their blood essence. Xiaoling Yu's jade slip showed 5 bars. Although he was not in the Spirit Demon Stage, he was in the Spirit Demon Stage. The jade slips test was very accurate. This brother, you have hidden your strength well. Master Sha glanced at the jade slip in Xiaoling Yu's hand and said with a little surprise. Xiaoling Yu heard this and just smiled. There are still 3 days before the competition starts. Shall we find a place to sit? Gonghe asked. There's a tea house over there. The private room is very quiet and elegant. I will treat everyone to a few cups of tea. Master Sha said, are we not going to wait for Brother Lin? Xiaoling Yu looked at the woman and asked, why should we wait for him? Let's go have some tea. The woman said and took the lead. From this sentence, Xiaoling Yu could tell that Lin Shi's senior sister didn't like Lin Shi very much. The tea house's business was very good. There were so many guests that there were no seats on the 3rd floor. I also heard that the Flowing Pearl Tea House's top-grade Flowing Pearl Tea is very delicious, but I didn't expect to come here today. Lin Shi's senior sister said with regret. Haha, don't worry. I guarantee that you will be able to drink the Flowing Pearl Tea today. Master Sha smiled calmly, and then said coldly to the waiter of the tea house, call your boss here. Our boss is not here now. The waiter thought for a while and then replied, Humph, I will only wait here for a cup of tea time. If he doesn't come, your tea house will be closed tomorrow. Master Sha said coldly. The waiter saw that Master Sha was a bit imposing, so he didn't dare to neglect and immediately ran to the counter. In less than a cup of tea time, he came back with a middle-aged woman. Master Sha, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. The middle-aged woman said politely. Danlan's cultivation was not weak. At least, Xiaoling Yu couldn't see her cultivation level. If even she was so polite to Master Sha, he must have a powerful background. Are you sure there are no seats here? Master Sha asked with displeasure. There are no seats. You know, there are more people in Blood Moon City these days, especially around the square. With more people, the business will naturally be better. The middle-aged woman said helplessly. Then can you give me a seat? I want a private room on the second floor. Master Sha asked. I am really sorry. The middle-aged woman said apologetically. Humph, your Flowing Pearl Tea House has been here for a long time, and your business has always been good. I have always been here to support you. I think many people want to replace you. Master Sha threatened coldly. Master Sha, don't be angry. We are open for business. We can't chase our customers out, right? We can't chase them out, but you can. At most, you could spend some devil stones to buy a seat. The middle-aged woman suggested with a smile. Okay. Sha Gongzi nodded and walked up to the second floor angrily. Xiaoling Yu sighed inwardly, but still followed him. There were many seats on the second floor, but they were all full. Master Sha didn't look at the ordinary seats. Instead, he walked to the door of a private room. Although it was called a private room, it was actually separated by a screen with restrictions. Master Sha triggered the restriction on the door of the private room. Not long after, the door was opened, and a middle-aged man stood out with a puzzled face. This middle-aged cultivator was an early-stage spirit demon. He looked at everyone and asked politely, May I know why you are knocking on the door? I am here to ask if you can give this private room to us. Of course, I can give you 10 supreme-grade devil stones as a reward. Master Sha said calmly. We have just arrived. We want to sit for a while. The middle-aged cultivator turned around and was about to close the door with his hand. Master Sha stretched out his hand and stopped the door. He said, This private room is mine. Then Master Sha rushed in. However, a moment later, a strong aura rushed out of the private room and pushed Master Sha away. The aura was so strong that Xiaoling Yu felt her heart palpitate. However, it only affected Master Sha and didn't affect anyone else. It was obvious that the person had a good control of his aura. In Blood Moon City, there are people who dare to barge into other people's private rooms. An angry voice came from the private room. Then, a middle-aged cultivator walked out from the room. Xiaoling Yu could feel that this person was in the mysterious demon stage, so she was secretly on guard. You dare to fight here? After young Master Sha stood still, he was even angrier. He took out a jade slip and crushed it with force. You dare to barge into our private room. Why wouldn't I dare to fight you? The mysterious demon stage cultivator retorted. Master Sha didn't say anything. He just stared at the other party coldly. After 100 breaths, a series of heavy and orderly footsteps came. A dozen city guards in bright armor walked up together. Who started the fight here? The leader of the city guards squinted his eyes and asked. It's him. Master Sha pointed at the mysterious demon stage cultivator. It's you who barged into our private room first. The mysterious demon stage cultivator sneered. He barged into your private room. Did you fight him? The leader of the city guards asked again. I didn't. The mysterious demon stage cultivator frowned. We don't care about quarrels. Since you started the fight, come with us to the city lord's mansion. The leader of the city guards said firmly. He came to provoke us. Can't we teach him a lesson? The mysterious demon stage cultivator said solemnly. What? Do you want to resist? The leader of the city guards asked again. You want to take us away just because of this? Can you be reasonable? The mysterious demon stage cultivator was not convinced. If you know what's good for you, come with us. Otherwise, you will know that the Blood Moon City guards don't lack mysterious demon stage experts. The leader of the city guards said firmly. The mysterious demon stage cultivator glared, but in the end, he said, Fine, we'll go with you. However, they also have a part in this matter. They have to go with us. They don't need to go. They didn't do anything. We're only looking for the one who did. The leader of the city guards shook his head and said. Xiaoling Yu could see that the city guards were here to help Master Sha. Even the city guards gave him face. From this, it could be seen that Master Sha's background was very strong. Even though the mysterious demon stage cultivator was not convinced, he still didn't dare to openly confront the city guards. He could only helplessly follow the city guards. Waiter, go in and tidy up. Prepare some good tea and snacks. Master Sha entered the private room complacently and shouted to the waiter who was standing next to him. Chapter 295. Lin Shi's senior sister's performance was completely normal. Even if she came from a big sect, she might not have a good home. Although this young Master Sha was a bit arrogant, he was still very polite to his friends, and he had enough capital to be arrogant. This kind of man was indeed very popular with some women who were not arrogant. The taste of the flowing pearl tea was really good. The tea was not only mellow and delicious, but after entering the mouth, it felt like there were beads jumping between the teeth. It was very wonderful. The most important thing was that this flowing pearl tea also had a big effect on improving the soul realm of cultivators. After drinking a cup, Xiaoling Yu already felt that her soul realm was fuller and more stable. After staying in this private room for 2.5 days, everyone left the flowing pearl tea house and came to the gate of the city Lord's mansion again. Just walking around the square, Xiaoling Yu did not see Lin Shi. She sent a message over, but there was no reply. He probably went somewhere else alone, Lin Shi's senior sister said indifferently. Then why didn't he even reply to a message? Zhu Jin said unhappily. Everyone didn't think much about it, but walked to the light curtain that was temporarily set up in the square. At this time, in the square in front of the city lord's mansion, 10 battle stages had been built, and the light curtain was in front of these battle stages. On the light curtain, the order of the battle was displayed. The cultivators who wanted to participate in the battle could come here to see the number of their opponent. The number of each cultivator was engraved on the back of the jade slip that they received when signing up. A battle is limited to a cup of tea. In this way, the final result will be decided in one day. After watching for a while, Song Ju frowned and said, with such a frequent arrangement of matches, if a true devil stage cultivator wants to enter the top 100, he would have to win 7 or 8 matches in a row in a day. Indeed, he would need to be very strong. Gong, he was also rather distressed. Song Ju and Gong, he had not reached the true demon late stage. Although they had the ability to deal with true demon late stage cultivators now, and they might be lucky enough to win 1 or 2 battles, but to win 7 or 8 battles in a row was too difficult. Haha. If a spirit demon stage cultivator wants to enter the top 100, they only need to win 2 or 3 matches. There are only about 1,000 people who signed up. Lin Shi's senior sister said with a smile. If we're lucky and don't encounter any late-stage spirit demon cultivators in 2 or 3 rounds, it's very likely that we'll be able to enter the top 100 easily. Xiaoling Yu nodded in response. Compared to the chaotic battles of the Earth Demon, Heavenly Demon, and Demon King realms, you guys are already having an easy time, Zhu Jin said with a bitter expression. It was indeed, as Zhu Jin had said, because there were too many cultivators who had signed up for these 3 realms. If they were to rely on elimination, they would need too many rounds. Therefore, the City Lord Mansion that controlled the Blood Moon Tower decided to divide them into 10 groups. The 10 groups would have a group battle royale, and the last 10 people from each group would have the qualifications to enter the Blood Moon Tower. The battle between the cultivators of these 3 realms was a little too chaotic. If one didn't have absolute strength, it was impossible to last until the end. Moreover, even if one's strength was very strong, one might not be able to last until the end. Time slowly passed, and after a few hours, Xiaoling Yu still didn't see Lin Shi. If Brother Lin has signed up, he should be here by now. Xiaoling Yu seemed to be concerned. At this time, a large number of city guards had already surrounded the battle rings, and the light screen was constantly reminding all the participating cultivators to start preparing. According to Lin Shi's temperament, he should have already arrived. He may have forgotten about it. Lin Shi's senior sister still didn't take it seriously. If he doesn't come, he may lose this opportunity. He will be in the first round of the spirit demon competition. Gongyi also seemed a little worried. In any case, this Lin, she had a good relationship with Xiaoling Yu and others, and everyone didn't want anything to happen to him. Another hour passed, and the battle had already begun, but Lin, she still didn't appear. If it wasn't for the soul imprint that Lin, she left in Xiaoling Yu's communication bead, Xiaoling Yu was afraid that he would really think the worst. At the beginning of the battle, Xiaoling Yu also stepped on the ring, and what made him feel a little relieved was that his opponent was just a spirit demon early-stage cultivator. Although in the Blood Moon City, everyone has a taboo, and they don't easily use their devil sense to spy on the strength of others, but now that it's a battle, naturally they don't have any scruples. Xiaoling Yu and his opponent were both looking at each other at this time. It's strange, he is obviously in the true demon realm. How can he be in the spirit demon stage? Is it a mistake? This is also good. I can easily win the first battle, and I can also better deal with the next battle. The spirit demon early stage cultivator thought of this, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and under the order of the referee, his body flashed and appeared in front of Xiaoling Yu. In his opinion, his speed was already very fast, at least not something that any true devil stage cultivator could compare with. But what he didn't expect was that when he just arrived in front of the other party, his seemingly unavoidable palm was actually less than an inch away from the other party's chest, and the other party dodged to the side. What he didn't expect was that following that, a sharp pain came from his lower abdomen, and his body also flew backward. He also tried hard to stabilize his body, but unfortunately the opponent's kick was like a strong blow to his body, so he couldn't stop no matter how hard he tried. After all, he was kicked in the abdomen, where his dantian was located. After the dantian was hit, the demon infant would naturally be dispirited for a while. Without the strong support of the demon infant, the cultivator would be very weak. After all, not every cultivator can have a strong body like Xiaoling Yu. Xiaoling Yu just kicked his opponent, and his opponent had already stepped down. Of course, this was also the opponent's fault for not paying too much attention to him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for him to defeat a spirit demon early-stage cultivator. I was careless, so unlucky. After the opponent fell down, his expression changed again and again, but after cursing in a low voice, he directly walked to the side. He knew in his heart that he didn't lose unjustly, and his opponent must have hidden his cultivation. What surprised Xiaoling Yu was that not long after he won, Songju, Gonghe, Sha Gongzi, and Lin Shi's senior sister all quickly stepped down and won. After asking carefully, he found out that their opponents were the same as Xiaoling Yu, and their strength was very limited. It seems that Sha Gongzi also did something, and the City Lord's mansion deliberately arranged this, Xiaoling Yu thought. Just as he expected, after waiting for 4 hours, everyone entered the second round of the competition, but their opponents were either early stage or middle stage, and their strength was not very strong. From this, Xiaoling Yu was even more certain that Sha Gongzi really had a lot of power. However, what surprised and worried Xiaoling Yu was that Lin Shi still did not come. But even if Lin Shi came now, he had already lost the qualification to enter the Blood Moon Tower. As a cultivator at the middle stage spirit demon realm, he could see some of Xiaoling Yu's strength. He knew that Xiaoling Yu was not weak, so he was not careless and did not attack him forcefully from the beginning. He just stared at Xiaoling Yu vigilantly. Xiaoling Yu didn't want to waste any more time. In fact, it was very advantageous for him to fight in such a small place, because it was difficult for a cultivator at the middle stage of spirit demon to fully display their strength in such a place. It was more advantageous for Xiaoling Yu to release his big moves. Therefore, after observing for a while, he made a chaotic devil seal with a devil curse and blasted it over. His opponent felt the powerful energy fluctuation in the chaotic devil seal, and his heart suddenly trembled, and he immediately released a devil talisman. Boom! After the primal chaos devil seal was hit by the high-grade devil rune, it exploded and flattened the temporarily built fighting stage. A powerful shockwave immediately swept out in all directions, causing the restrictions around the fighting stage to tremble uncontrollably. Although the cultivator had managed to block the attack, he was currently outside of the arena. When mysterious demon experts fought, they would often release big moves and destroy the fighting stage. So Xiaoling Yu's chaotic devil seal did not attract too much attention and surprise. After winning again, Xiaoling Yu only needed to win one more battle to obtain the qualification to enter the Blood Moon Tower. However, there was no joy or worry on his face, because many things could go wrong at the last step. Song Ju, Gong He, Sha Gongzi, and Lin Shi's senior sister all faced cultivators of the same realm in the second round, so they easily won. After gathering again, Sha Gongzi said calmly, "In the third round, everyone might meet a more powerful opponent." Xiaoling Yu knew that Sha Gongzi could only control the first two rounds. After all, after the first two rounds, there would be many unpredictable variables. Another 4 hours passed, and Lin Shi still did not return, so the third round began. What Xiaoling Yu didn't expect was that he should have had an opponent, but although his opponent won the second round, he was seriously injured and couldn't participate in the third round, so he smoothly obtained a seat in the top 100. Gong He's battle was very fierce, but he used his very fleeting movement technique to exhaust his opponent's cultivation and win. Song Ju was more unlucky. He met a peak late-stage true demon expert. He did not last for more than 100 breaths of time before he was blasted out of the fighting stage by his opponent. Sha Gongzi's opponent was a middle-stage spirit demon. Although Sha Gongzi's cultivation was at the same level, he had a supreme-grade demonic artifact. His advantage in Dharma treasures allowed him to win easily without revealing much of his true strength. However, from Sha Gongzi's calmness, Xiaoling Yu could imagine that this guy hid his strength very well. He estimated that he was not weaker than a late-stage spirit demon cultivator. Lin Shi's senior sister was also in the middle-stage spirit demon realm. Fortunately, she encountered another cultivator in the early-stage spirit demon realm. Unfortunately, although the other party's cultivation was lower than hers, his strength was not much weaker than hers. The two of them fought on the stage for a full 10 minutes. Only then did she use a top-grade demonic pill to quickly recover her cultivation and win. It wasn't until the true demon stage and spirit demon stage battles were over that the earth demon, heavenly demon, and demon king stage battles began. Chapter 296. Zhu Jin was also quite unlucky. Maybe because he looked very young, he gave others the impression that he was very weak. So soon after he entered the arena, he was chased by a group of people, and he only lasted for less than 100 breaths of time before he was kicked out. In the devil world, the weak will not be pitted, they will only be eliminated, and in this kind of chaotic battle, the weak will be the first to be kicked out. Of course, if Zhu Jin uses Iron Puppet, not only will he be able to persist until the end, he will also be able to clear out the entire arena easily. But he didn't want to be so high profile, and he was also not very eager to enter the Blood Moon Tower. The competition quickly ended. The light screen on the square reminded everyone that in 6 hours, the top 100 cultivators of each realm would be able to enter the Blood Moon Tower. However, 3 hours later, Lin Shi still didn't come back. Xiaoling Yu didn't want to delay her cultivation because of this matter, and after arranging a few words for Zhu Jin and the other two, she followed the City Lord Mansion's experts to the southeast corner of the Blood Moon City. The Blood Moon Tower has 7 floors, and it is about 1,000 feet high. The whole structure looks like it is made of black iron, and at the top, there is a moon-like disc flashing a bloody red light from time to time. According to the arrangement of the Blood Moon City's City Lord Mansion, the Earth Demon Realm cultivators will enter the Blood Moon Tower through the gate, followed by the Heavenly Demon, Demon King, True Demon, Xiaoling Yu, Sha Gongzi, and Lin Shi's senior sister are all at the Spirit Demon Realm, so naturally they will enter the tower together. The first floor of the Blood Moon Tower was extremely large, but the structure was very simple. In the center was a staircase that led to the second floor, and there was a hexagonal space around it. The surrounding area was filled with secret rooms, and those Earth Demon Stage cultivators had all entered these secret rooms to cultivate. At this time, the edges of the hexagonal space are flowing with bloody red light, and those lights will then distort and penetrate into the secret rooms. Climbing the stairs, Xiaoling Yu and the other 100 Spirit Demon Realm cultivators quickly reached the 5th floor. The layout of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors was not much different from the 1st floor. However, the higher they went, the fewer the number of secret rooms on each floor, but there were no less than 100 of them. There were nearly 200 secret rooms on the 5th floor. Although they all looked the same, if one took a closer look, one would find that the first 100 secret rooms only had one bloody circle on the lintel. The 60-odd secret rooms in the middle had 2 bloody circles, while the remaining 30-odd secret rooms had 3 bloody circles. It was obvious that the number of circles on the lintel was different. These secret chambers were also ranked. Early-stage spirit demons should enter a circular secret chamber. The Sha Gongzi and Lin Shi's senior martial sister had both entered a secret room with 2 circles. Xiaoling Yu had just bid farewell to the 2 of them when she gloomily discovered that the secret rooms with 2 or 3 circles on the lintel had all been occupied. Thinking about it, there was basically no early-stage spirit demon who could enter this place. Therefore, no one was willing to cultivate in a circular secret chamber. Although I have the strength of a spirit demon realm cultivator, I am still in the true demon realm. The secret room of an early-stage spirit demon should be enough for me. Thinking of this, Xiaoling Yu pushed open the door of a secret room with only 1 circle, entered it, then closed the door and arranged some restrictions on the door. The furnishings in the secret room were very simple. There was only a stone bed and an area of less than 20 square meters. The demonic spirit power inside was very rich. Moreover, the blood-red light that constantly seeped in from the door seemed to carry all kinds of strange energy and fluctuations, which made the mana power in the secret room more gentle. Xiaoling Yu first felt the demonic spirit power, then sat cross-legged on the stone bed and began to close her eyes and adjust her breathing. 3 days later, Xiaoling Yu stayed improved to the best, and the energy from the middle stage wandering dragon roar that was wrapped and suppressed by the chaos magic power was slowly flowing out and being refined by the primal chaos true fire. After another 10 days, Xiaoling Yu completely refined the energy released in the wine and digested the effect of drinking the flowing pearl tea on the soul realm. After adjusting his breathing for a few more days, Xiaoling Yu began to process the materials taken from the bounty hunter branch. After another 2 months, all the materials that should be processed were properly processed, and Xiaoling Yu adjusted his state again. After reaching the best state, he smeared the materials that should be used and poured them into his stomach. When they began to take effect, he took out a piece of high-grade magic stone and best-grade magic stone and piled them around him. Suddenly, Xiaoling Yu, who was in the secret room, stretched out his arms, and a suction force appeared in his palms, acting on the magic stones. The demonic spirit power in the magic stones began to surge wildly, and all of them quickly sank into Xiaoling Yu's meridians, and then were transferred to his dantian. The chaos demonic nascent soul's small hands began to gesture in front of its chest, and incomparably pure chaos magic power spurted out of its mouth, rolling up the demonic spirit power to form an energy vortex. No matter how much demonic spirit power flowed into his dantian, the vortex always maintained its original state, and its high-speed rotation could transform the demonic spirit power into chaos magic power. The energy in the Blood Moon Tower was also constantly flowing into his body, and Xiaoling Yu's power was constantly increasing. Along with the rich demonic spirit power was the unique blood-colored energy fluctuation in the Blood Moon Tower. After it entered Xiaoling Yu's body, it could stimulate Xiaoling Yu's physical potential and also help Xiaoling Yu speed up the refining and transformation of the energy. Xiaoling Yu could guess that the reason why cultivating in the Blood Moon Tower was so helpful in breaking through was because of the existence of the blood-colored energy fluctuation. In addition to the materials that Xiao Yu smeared on his body or directly consumed in his stomach, he did not encounter too many problems in the process of increasing his power. Everything went very smoothly. Xiao Yu had stayed in the Chaos Convergence period for a long time, and his cultivation during the Chaos Convergence period was already very stable. Forcibly increasing his power like this was actually a matter of course in the cultivation of the 9 Revolutions Chaos formula. 3 days passed like this, and the magic stones in the room were all turned into ashes. Xiao Yu suddenly withdrew his arm, and his 10 fingers began to change seals in front of his chest. The chaos demonic nascent soul in his dantian did the same. He gradually withdrew the energy vortex in front of him and began to form seals in coordination. Along with his seals, the 3 flower buds of different colors on top of his head entangled together, as if they were about to merge. Bang! Xiao Yu and his chaos demonic nascent soul formed seals for a full 10 minutes before they suddenly stopped, and a loud roar came from his mouth. At this time, Xiao Yu's body suddenly shone with a burst of chaotic light, and the chaos demonic nascent soul in his dantian also exploded, turning into countless light spots. Xiao Yu changed his seals again, and at the same time, he let the surging energy in his body roll up the liquid materials that had been hidden in his body long ago into his dantian. At the same time, Xiao Yu divided his attention to take out a jade bottle from the storage magic treasure, and quickly took out the 4-legged ginseng king from the jade bottle, and then swallowed it in one gulp. When the 4-legged ginseng king entered the stomach, it was immediately crushed into pieces by the violent energy, and all of it was rolled into the dantian. Gradually, the energy that was scattered in the dantian began to gather together and slowly condensed into a shape. The difficulty of breaking through to the chaotic void refinement stage was similar to that of the 3rd transformation stage at the beginning, and the problems that needed to be solved were similar, but the materials needed were more advanced. At this moment, Xiao Yu had reached the step of condensing the nascent soul, which was actually the last step to break through to the chaotic void refinement stage. As long as he could successfully condense the nascent soul, Xiao Yu would be considered to have successfully broken through to the chaotic void refinement stage. However, the process of condensing the nascent soul lasted for a full 6 hours, and not only was it not completed smoothly, but it also slowly stopped. Once it stopped before it was completed, the energy would explode again, and then Xiao Yu would only die. Xiao Yu's preparations for breaking through to the chaotic void refinement stage were actually very sufficient, but even so, his chances of success were less than 50%, and now there were signs of failure, which was reasonable. At this moment, Xiao Yu had already done everything he could, and the rest was up to luck. Even if he failed, he could only wait, and there was nothing he could do to change the situation. The process of condensing the nascent soul became slower and slower, and Xiao Yu's aura became weaker and weaker, and the chaotic light around his body was almost annihilated. Am I going to fail just like that? Although Xiao Yu was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Choosing the path of cultivation, he was already mentally prepared to die prematurely. This path of cultivation was not something that everyone could reach the peak of perfection, especially those who chose to cultivate a heaven-defying technique like the 9 transformation chaos formula, which was even more difficult to reach the end. Just as Xiao Yu was about to lose all hope, and the energy in his body was at its lowest point, and the nascent soul that was slowly condensing was about to explode, a wave of blood-colored energy surged in from outside the secret chamber, and then quickly sank into Xiao Yu's body. The blood-colored energy wave was like a hot knife through butter, and it flowed through Xiao Yu's meridians into his dantian, and tightly surrounded the nascent soul that was about to successfully condense. Xiao Yu was already in despair, so he naturally did not resist the invasion of the blood-colored energy and allowed it to do whatever it wanted in his dantian. After the blood-colored energy wave came into contact with the nascent soul, it immediately sank into it, causing the nascent soul to become more and more solid. However, Xiaoling Yu could clearly feel that although his chaotic nascent soul had begun to condense faster, the composition of the energy within seemed to have changed quite a bit. After the blood-colored energy sank into the chaotic nascent soul, it sank too quickly and in too large a quantity, making it difficult for the nascent soul to refine. As a result, this portion of energy did not belong to Xiaoling Yu for now and for a period of time in the future. Xiaoling Yu was still unable to determine how this would affect Xiaoling Yu and the chaotic nascent soul. Chapter 297. What Xiaoling Yu didn't know was that, at the same time that the crimson energy was rapidly sinking into her body, the crimson full moon in the sky of the Blood Moon continent seemed to be a lot closer to the ground. It looked a lot bigger, and its radiance was even brighter and more bewitching. Most of the crimson moonlight from the crimson full moon in the sky converged into the Blood Moon city, turning into invisible and colorless fluctuations, unceasingly pouring into the Blood Moon Tower spire. Although the Blood Moon Tower seemed to be completely made of black iron, its surface was covered with a layer of faint crimson light, which attracted countless cultivators of the Blood Moon City to stop and look. What made everyone feel even more surprised was that the Blood Moon Tower, which had been very quiet for countless years, was unexpectedly letting out a melodious flute sound that spread thousands of miles away. The flute's sound was gradually intoxicating, giving people a feeling of being in a paradise, untainted by the mortal world. But all the cultivators who heard the flute sound forgot everything around them, and also forgot their own existence. All of them had a smile on their face, and foolishly stood in their original place. The crimson full moon in the sky seemed to be still moving towards the ground. The crimson moonlight was like a sharp sword that could pierce through time and space, piercing straight down from the sky, and then suddenly disappearing above everyone's head, turning into a strange fluctuation that only profound demon stage experts could feel, converging in the Blood Moon City, and then rushing towards the Blood Moon Tower spire. The strange phenomenon of the Blood Moon Tower and the crimson moon in the sky only lasted for less than the time it takes to make a cup of tea. The flute sound suddenly stopped, and the crimson moon in the sky and the entire Blood Moon City trembled at the same time. After a burst of radiance, the crimson moon returned to its original state, but it gave people a feeling that it was a little different from before. As for what was different, no one could clearly say. But what everyone didn't see was that, when the crimson moon's radiance burst out, a similarly sharp sword-like radiance pierced through the night sky and fell down. Only a few profound demon stage experts were able to see it. That radiance flashed and disappeared, sinking into the Blood Moon Tower. Could it be that a treasure fell from the sky? All the mysterious Devil Stage cultivators or Devil Monarch Stage experts who were rarely seen in the Blood Moon continent rushed towards the Blood Moon City. Those who were already in the Blood Moon City quickly rushed towards the Blood Moon Tower. However, there were still hundreds of Blood Moon continent's elites cultivating inside the Blood Moon Tower. Not only was the tower's door closed, but there were also experts guarding the door. The experts guarding the Blood Moon Tower were the same as the experts guarding the City Lord Mansion of the Blood Moon City. They weren't real experts of the Blood Moon continent, but were sent by those big forces of the Devil world to guard the Blood Moon City. They used various means to amass wealth in the Blood Moon City and looked after some important places in the Blood Moon City. They were also very curious as to why such a strange situation had occurred. However, the strange situation had already disappeared, so they naturally would not allow other cultivators to enter the Blood Moon Tower to take a look. Even if this matter needed to be investigated, it should be done by them and not by others. The experts who had gathered from all directions were also afraid of the City Lord Mansion and the big forces of the Devil world behind the City Lord Mansion. Therefore, they could only encircle the Blood Moon Tower and wait for the treasure to fall from the sky. More and more people gathered outside the Blood Moon Tower, which also put great pressure on the City Lord Mansion. If one of these people was not calm, as long as one person took action, it was bound to lead everyone to take action. Now that the Blood Moon continent was chaotic enough, many people didn't mind a little more chaotic. At this time, Xiaoling Yu's Chaos Demon nascent soul had finished condensing. There was a circle of four-colored light hovering above his head, which looked a little sacred. The four-colored light circle was the symbol of the Chaos Demon nascent soul entering the chaotic void refining stage. However, the Chaos Demon nascent soul's body was always flickering with chaotic light and bloody light, which made the Chaos Demon nascent soul look a little strange. Xiaoling Yu was not experiencing the changes of his Chaos Demon nascent soul, but was comprehending the characteristics of the chaotic void refining stage. The reason for this was that he always felt that there was something extra in his soul. After entering the chaotic void refining stage, his chaos golden bead had increased in size, and its surface was wrapped in a circle of bloody light. The bloody light that wrapped around the golden soul bead was different from the bloody energy that had entered his body before. It was of a higher level and would not dissipate. Originally, when he entered the chaotic void refining stage, the chaos golden bead had only increased in size. However, not long after, Xiaoling Yu felt as if his head was being pricked by a needle. The pain disappeared as soon as it came. At that time, his chaos golden bead suddenly trembled, and then there was an extra circle of bloody light around the chaos golden bead. At that time, Xiaoling Yu only felt that there was a bloody light that was like a sharp sword entering his body. From this, he could guess that the reason why there was an extra circle of bloody light around his chaos golden bead was because of that bloody light. After feeling for a while, Xiaoling Yu realized that there was only one benefit that the bloody light circle seemed to bring to his golden soul bead, which was that his soul consciousness was always very clear and the state of his soul was incomparably stable. Before he could feel the changes in the Chaos Demon nascent soul, the sound of a bell reverberated in the secret room. The sound of the bell was to inform the cultivators in the Blood Moon Tower that it was time to leave the Blood Moon Tower. Before entering, the experts of the City Lord Mansion had said that as long as they heard the sound of the bell, they must leave the Blood Moon Tower within 100 breaths. Otherwise, there was a possibility that they would encounter great danger. Xiaoling Yu had also experienced the strangeness of the Blood Moon Tower, so he did not dare to be negligent. He immediately pushed open the door of the secret room and quickly went downstairs. When he arrived at the entrance of the Blood Moon Tower, he saw that there were countless people guarding the place. Xiaoling Yu was a little confused. Before he could leave, someone from the City Lord Mansion shouted, "Everyone, line up and leave one by one." "Brother Xiao, is there a situation outside?" At this time, Sha Gongzi also arrived in front of Xiaoling Yu and asked with a slightly strange tone. "I don't know. I just arrived here." Xiaoling Yu shook his head and replied. Just as the two of them were talking, Lin Shi's senior sister and Gong, he also arrived at the door. Everyone lined up like a human dragon and walked out of the door one by one. On both sides of the exit, there were many experts of the City Lord Mansion who were checking the cultivators leaving the Blood Moon Tower one by one. Soon, it was Xiaoling Yu's turn. The experts of the City Lord Mansion on both sides scanned Xiaoling Yu with their devil sense without any hesitation. After Xiaoling Yu advanced to the chaotic void refining stage, unless a Devil Monarch expert personally came, cultivators below the Devil Monarch realm could not use their devil sense to spy on the situation inside his body. The chaotic devil force of the chaotic void refining stage was originally very advanced. It existed in the body and could help Xiaoling Yu defend against the devil sense of the cultivators. In addition, the chaotic devil force contained blood-colored energy fluctuations, which made it difficult for cultivators below the Devil Monarch realm to spy on Xiaoling Yu. Please lower your defense and let us inspect you. Also, temporarily remove the ownership of your storage magic treasure and spirit beast pouch and accept the inspection. A mystic devil stage expert of the City Lord Mansion said to Xiaoling Yu, not allowing him to refuse. "When I came in, I didn't hear that I had to undergo this kind of inspection." Xiaoling Yu frowned and replied, This is a special situation. Please cooperate. The mystic devil stage expert continued. What if I don't accept? Xiaoling Yu said unhappily. Not to mention a cultivator like Xiaoling Yu who had many secrets. Even ordinary cultivators would not accept such a rude request. Most of the cultivators in front of him just now were cultivators with low cultivation. They naturally did not dare to disobey the request of the City Lord Mansion's mystic devil stage expert and could only helplessly cooperate. However, Xiaoling Yu would not agree to such a request. If you don't accept, then try and see if you can rush out. The City Lord Mansion's mystic devil stage expert sneered. What's the matter? Sha Gongzi, who was behind Xiaoling Yu, stood out and asked. Replying to young master, we were ordered by the City Lord to carefully inspect all the cultivators who came out of the Blood Moon Tower. So he is my friend. You don't have to inspect him. There won't be any problems. Sha Gongzi did not wait for that person to finish speaking and said very righteously. The mystic devil stage expert seemed to be in a difficult position. What, you won't even give this face? Sha Gongzi narrowed his eyes and said, We don't dare. Young master, please. The mystic devil stage expert quickly stepped aside and made way for him. Thank you, Brother Sha. After Xiaoling Yu came out of the Blood Moon Tower, he cupped his fists and thanked Sha Gongzi. And from the attitude of the City Lord Mansion's mystic devil stage expert, Xiaoling Yu could guess that this Sha Gongzi was probably the City Lord's son. Haha, it's just a small matter. There's no need to thank me. Sha Gongzi laughed generously. Xiaoling Yu did not accept the inspection, and neither did Gong He and Lin, Shi's senior sister. Along the way, many of the experts outside recognized Sha Gongzi and did not dare to stop them. After all, those who could come at this time were originally from Blood Moon City. After passing through layers of cultivators, Xiaoling Yu first sent a message to Zhu Jin. After getting a reply, he went to meet up with him. After seeing Zhu Jin and Song Ju, Xiaoling Yu and the others understood why there were so many experts outside the Blood Moon Tower. Although Xiaoling Yu's expression did not change, his mind was already in turmoil. His intuition told him that this matter had something to do with him. Thinking that there would be many experts coming to Blood Moon City soon, Xiaoling Yu said goodbye to Sha Gongzi. Blood Moon City was no longer the safest place. Sha Gongzi and Lin, Shi's senior sister, did not ask them to stay. They even took the initiative to send Xiaoling Yu and the others out of the city. After leaving Blood Moon City, Xiaoling Yu took Zhu Jin and the others and flew away. They randomly chose a place and flew at full speed. Tell our brothers in the bandit group to continue hiding. Don't act blindly without thinking. After flying at full speed for 3 hours, Xiaoling Yu stopped in a small mountain forest. After giving some instructions, he directly opened up a simple cave residence and went in to meditate in seclusion. When Xiaoling Yu and the entire heavenly bandits disappeared without a trace, experts from all over the world rushed to Blood Moon City. However, due to the previous turmoil in the Blood Moon continent, too many experts were attracted. At this time, there were not many cultivators who could reach Blood Moon City. Chapter 298. After replying to Lin Shi's message, Xiaoling Yu first closed his eyes and meditated for another 2 hours before coming out of seclusion. After greeting Zhu Jin and the other two, he leaped up and flew out of the forest. After about 10 minutes, Xiaoling Yu stopped in front of a small mountain and spread out his consciousness completely. There really is a problem. Under the coverage of his consciousness, Xiaoling Yu saw that Lin, she was sitting alone on a green rock at the foot of the mountain. There were a few weak auras hidden in the corners nearby. If not for the fact that Xiaoling Yu's soul realm had increased by a large realm after entering the Blood Moon Tower, he might not have been able to detect those weak consciousnesses. He actually lured me here, and there's an ambush around. Although he thought of this, Xiaoling Yu still walked over with a smile. Brother Lin, why did you only appear now? Xiaoling Yu greeted Lin Shi when he was still 100 feet away. Brother Xiao, when Lin Shi saw Xiaoling Yu, He seemed a little excited. However, after the excitement, his face suddenly darkened and he glanced to the side. "Brother Xiao, you shouldn't have come today," Lin Shi said with a wry smile. "What's the matter?" Xiaoling Yu asked, seemingly puzzled. "Sigh." Lin Shi only sighed. At this moment, the few auras that were hidden very weakly were suddenly released completely. Several cultivators surrounded them from all directions. Xiaoling Yu looked around, but his expression did not change at all. He knew these people and had even competed with them in drinking. "Haha, could it be that you haven't drunk enough and want to compete with me in drinking?" When they came closer, Xiaoling Yu asked with a smile. "There is no need for a drinking competition. We want to compete with you in fighting." The cultivator surnamed Yin, who was a mid-stage spirit demon, said with a dark expression. "I don't have time for that." Xiaoling Yu shook his head and said, "This is not a restaurant in Blood Moon City. There are not so many rules to restrict us. Do you think you can refuse?" The cultivator, surnamed Mao, said angrily, "I think all of you should be more rational. It's not worth it to lose your lives over some meaningless fight of loyalty," Xiaoling Yu said in a reprimanding tone. "Oomph, you're too arrogant." The cultivator, surnamed Yin, angrily shouted, and the aura around his body began to surge. The same was true for the other three. "I hope you can give me a satisfactory explanation later." Xiaoling Yu didn't raise her aura to prepare for battle. Instead, she said to Lin Shi expressionlessly. Hearing this, Lin Shi could only smile bitterly. "Attack together." The cultivator, surnamed Yin, shouted and charged towards Xiaoling Yu with a devilish sword in hand. The other three also followed behind, each holding a weapon. It seemed that they didn't intend to fight Xiaoling Yu, but rather to fight in close quarters. Xiaoling Yu was now at the early stage of the chaotic void refinement stage. Although her realm was comparable to the spirit demon stage, her strength was definitely stronger than any spirit demon stage expert. Even if she encountered an early profound demon stage expert, she still had the power to fight. Moreover, if they wanted to fight in close quarters, the cultivator, surnamed Yin, and the other three would definitely make the wrong choice. The cultivator, surnamed Yin's devilish sword, was the first to strike, but when it was half a foot away from Xiaoling Yu's throat, it was caught by Xiaoling Yu's 2 fingers. The cultivator, surnamed Yin, was shocked. Before he could recover, the other party's 2 fingers suddenly pulled back, and his body continued to move forward along with the devilish sword. When the other party came closer, Xiaoling Yu kicked the cultivator, surnamed Yin's abdomen. A sharp pain came from his abdomen, and at this moment, the demon infant also suffered a heavy shock, causing his cultivation to stop at this moment. Naturally, his body involuntarily flew out like a cannonball. The quality of the cultivator, surnamed Yin's devilish sword, was not low, almost a top-grade devilish sword, but at this time, it was still caught by Xiaoling Yu's 2 fingers. Seeing that the cultivator, surnamed Mao, had also rushed forward, Xiaoling Yu waved her arm, and the devilish sword between her 2 fingers shot out like lightning, directly piercing the cultivator, surnamed Mao's heart. The devilish sword was too fast, and the cultivator, surnamed Mao, couldn't dodge at all. He could only tilt his body and slash the devilish sword in his hand. After a sharp clang, the devilish sword was split, but a huge force surged from the devilish sword, directly shaking the cultivator, surnamed Mao's hand. His forward momentum was also stopped. The other 2 cultivators' cultivation was slightly lower, and they rushed over at this time. But Xiaoling Yu had already stretched out her arms, and 2 poisonous flames gushed out from her palms. The surging poisonous flames quickly turned into 2 poisonous dragons, sweeping up the 2 cultivators who had just rushed over. In an instant, the poisonous flames dissipated, and the 2 cultivators turned into drops of poisonous liquid, dripping down from the sky. Even the demon infant and nascent spirit couldn't escape in time. The 2 cultivators, surnamed Yin and Mao, were shocked. They never thought that in addition to being good at drinking, the other party's strength was also so strong. Just now, the 4 of them had attacked together, but it was easily resolved by the other party. From this, it could be seen that the other party's strength far exceeded theirs. The cultivator, surnamed Een, didn't expect this, and after thinking for a moment, he turned around to flee. However, just as he turned around, he felt an extremely terrifying aura coming from behind him. With his speed, he couldn't shake it off, so he turned around and threw out a devilish talisman. The devilish talisman collided with Xiao Yu's primal chaos devilish seal, and the two immediately exploded at the same time. The center of the explosion wasn't even 50 feet away from the cultivator, surnamed Een. The powerful impact of the explosion instantly affected his body. His defensive barrier and high-grade devilish armor lasted less than a breath's time before they shattered, and his relatively weak body exploded soon after. When Xiao Yu was at the peak of the late-stage primal chaos polymerization realm, the primal chaos devilish seal was enough to destroy high-grade devilish artifacts. Now that he had reached the primal chaos spatial tempering realm, not only had the quality of his primal chaos devilish seal greatly improved, but it had also undergone some changes. Its power was more than 100 times stronger than before, and even a top-grade devilish artifact would find it difficult to completely defend against it. The cultivator, surnamed Mao, had chosen to escape just now. But when Xiao Yu threw out the primal chaos seal, he also threw out a demonic nascent soul palm. The devilish palms that filled the sky were like a tide, drowning the cultivator, surnamed Mao, in an instant. With just a round of palm attacks, the cultivator, surnamed Mao, died. After ending the battle in a few breaths' time, Xiao Yu didn't stop for a moment. He immediately grabbed Lin Shi's shoulder and flew away quickly. It was precisely because he could kill the other party so easily that Xiao Yu came over despite knowing that there was an ambush here. You've reached the mystic demon realm? Why can't I see through your cultivation? Lin Shi recovered from his shock at this moment and asked with incomparable astonishment. I think you should first explain what happened today to me, Xiao Yu said indifferently as he flew. Lin Shi's face was immediately filled with bitterness. After pondering for a while, he said, I was also forced to do so. Not long after you cut the queue and went to the tea house, I was found by the four of them while I was waiting in line. Then they provoked me verbally and asked me to go out of the city to fight one of them one-on-one. You didn't really follow them, did you? Xiao Yu asked with a smile. Their words were too harsh, and it's true that martial arts can't be used in the city. So in a moment of anger, I went out with them, Lin Shi said gloomily. I guess that after you went out, they must have ganged up on you and captured you on the spot. No one wanted to fight you one-on-one, Xiao Yu guessed. I didn't expect that they were also the disciples of a big family. With their reputations, they would actually go back on their words and do such a despicable thing, Lin Shi said disdainfully. Xiao Yu and Lin Shi had known each other for a long time. He knew that this fellow was indeed very gullible. Moreover, he had too little experience in the pugilistic world, so it was inevitable that he would encounter such a situation. How could I be a match for the four of them? They captured me in a few moves. Then, they forced me to help them find you. You agreed? Before Lin Shi could finish, Xiao Yu interrupted him with a cold tone. I agreed, because if I didn't, they would kill me. Lin Shi nodded and continued. At first, I thought that they wouldn't dare to kill me, so I didn't agree. But later on, they kept torturing me in various ways. After I persevered for a while, they became impatient. In order to save my life, I could only cooperate with them. Hearing this, Xiao Yu frowned slightly. He thought to himself that Lin Shi wasn't suitable to be his friend. To be honest, at that time, I thought that the two of us didn't have a deep friendship, nor were we close. I only wanted to rope you and your gang into the Chepo sect to gain the favor of Master. If I lost my life just because of this, it really wasn't worth it. I know that you must think that I'm a vile person with no sense of loyalty. Speaking up to here, Lin Shi secretly glanced at Xiao Yu. Seeing that Xiao Yu's expression didn't change much, he continued, I plotted with others to harm you. If you want to kill me, I have no complaints. There's no need to kill you, but you don't have to contact me in the future. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, he let go of Lin Shi and changed directions. With a few flashes, he disappeared into the horizon. Lin Shi's body was originally restricted by the four people, but he had already regained his freedom. He looked in the direction where Xiao Lingyu had disappeared and muttered with a sigh. This is a true hero, a true elite. After returning to the small forest where he temporarily settled down, Xiao Lingyu continued to meditate in seclusion, trying his best to digest the progress he made in the Blood Moon Tower. At this time, around the Blood Moon Tower in Blood Moon City, cultivators from all over the Blood Moon continent had completely surrounded the tower. The cultivators who were slightly further away couldn't see the tall Blood Moon Tower. Everyone had been gathered here for too long, and there were times when they couldn't bear it anymore. The blockade of the Blood Moon Tower by the City Lord's mansion had made everyone angry. Finally, someone made a move. Everyone seemed to have found a way to vent their anger and rushed towards the Blood Moon Tower like a swarm of bees. The experts of the Blood Moon continent immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the City Lord's mansion. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.